Good evening, everybody. Happy Saturday. Hello, hello. Welcome to Trainwreck Day 5 of the worst time to be a Silent Hill fan ever. Welcome. Thank you all for joining me. Really quickly, we've got a new emote, a new follower emote. You do not have to be subscribed to the channel. As long as you're following, you have access to it. Big thanks to Bordanka in our community and in the Discord for editing this and suggesting it. The Nub Shady. So now we've got Nub Shady and Nub Trauma for you to use as you see fit. No season pass necessary. No subscription to the channel necessary. Spam them as much as you want, wherever you want. So yeah, huge thanks to Bordanka for that. Literally edited the emote and stuff right before the stream went live. So thank you for that. But yeah, let me catch up with chat real quick. We've got lots to talk about today. Yo, what's up, Ashlyn? Hello. Hey, Rachel. I love you. Hey, Raven Black. What's up, Jago? Hey, Phantom Cigar. What's up, Obeast? Hey, Nub, I saw your new YouTube video. I didn't know how you looked at all. You look really good. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think I look like a crazy homeless person. I look like, what if John Romero didn't make Doom and, you know, lost his mind and lived in an alley? That's kind of how I think I look at the end of that, because that was like the end of Book of Memories. It was a very difficult and, mentally challenging part of my life. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I've done cam streams and stuff before. I've done charity streams. I streamed a game called Generations Lost at Awesome Games Done Quick in 2019. I post pictures and stuff on Twitter. I was the hitchhiker Nubbins Sawyer from the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre this past Halloween, and I put a picture of that on Twitter. So like I put my face and self out there. I just don't like having a camera on for streams usually. It's just a personal preference thing. I do it from time to time, but for most people, it's funny because for a lot of regulars, they already kind of know, and there's always new people who follow for a while. And I mean, it could be a long stretch of time, you know, a few months between the last time I might have done a cam stream or posted a picture. So there's always some people who've been following for a little while, and then they're like, oh, that's what you look like? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Livlin? Hey, Spidey J. Hey, Master Salita. Been gone from Twitch for several years, but have been nostalgic and felt like dropping by the old haunts again. Feels good seeing everyone again. Good to see you too. I hope you're enjoying your return to Twitch. This is unironically the most active that I've been in a little while. I've been dealing with a lot of various things in life. Not all bad, like, you know, some health issues and stuff like that, yes, but some also good things. I moved, and I'm currently, you know, living now with Rachel. We bought a house, and you know, moving and stuff was a big ordeal. We've been here for a couple of years, and you know, it feels like we're still kind of unpacking sometimes, but you know, good things and bad things. I haven't been able to stream on Twitch and be here as consistently as I would have liked to. But at the very least, with Ascension being here and being a daily thing, even if I feel like shit, I'm gonna jump on every day. We'll cover the episode and at the very least do that, which has felt kind of good, you know, because these last few days, like, I haven't been feeling great, but it feels nice to be able to get on and do something. At the very least, Ascension is very, it's not very involved, so I don't really, I don't really have to do too much with it other than, you know, lose my mind. And yeah, it's definitely, you know, shorter streams, but it's good doing this a little more regularly and seeing everybody like every night. I'm like, as much as I hate Ascension, I look forward to this. I look forward to the stream. I look forward to seeing you guys and chatting and getting everyone's thoughts and feelings on this. So this is nice. It's good. Ascension's not good, but I'm glad you're all here. That's what I'm trying to say. Actually caught Ascension from the YouTube videos. I appreciate the uploads there, but nice to catch it live tonight. Tonight's going to be a big night for catching it live. We're gonna talk about. We've got about 47 minutes. Let's go ahead and switch over here. So, boop, 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 boop. So we've got about 47 minutes and 25 seconds until tonight's live episode happens. And I just want to catch everybody up on the news of Ascension. We're going to talk about some things going around, things that Jacob Navoke said on Twitter, things that other people have been bringing up. Some Silent Hill 2 remake related news. I guess let's talk about that first, and then the rest of the stream can be dedicated to Ascension. But then tonight is also going to be the big Ascension recap. So on Saturdays, we're going to, after watching the new episode, these are going to be the days of the week where we kind of recap everything from the previous week. So we're going to watch everything from beginning to end today. I'm going to be pausing each episode constantly and talking about what's going on, and pointing out details. So this is going to be, Saturdays are going to be the day where we kind of try to ignore the big scamminess and everything else that Ascension is, and try to look at just the story. Because some people might want to try and argue that, like, yeah, the animations might suck, the app might suck, the devs might suck, the app is predatory, and all of these things are true, but what if they actually did write like a good story? Well, spoilers, they didn't, but we're going to get into it. And that's the whole point. We'll talk about that specifically more in depth. But first, let's talk a little bit about Silent Hill 2 remake. So over the past few days, more and more game retail websites, Amazon, GameStop, and some international, let me pull up the information. Some international and other game retailers have been putting up their physical pre-orders for Silent Hill 2 remake. And Meridium Games out of Spain, I think it's Spain, Meridium Games put up their pre-orders, and specifically said Silent Hill 2 is now available to pre-order in physical format for PlayStation 5. It will be released in 2024. So there's a pretty likely chance that we're going to be getting some official news from Konami on Silent Hill 2 Remake pretty soon, with most likely an exact release date. But I think it's fair to say, and I had pretty much been assuming this since we saw the transmission, that most likely we wouldn't see this game until 2024, and it looks like that's shaping up to be the case. So that's kind of neat. Hopefully that'll be a nice distraction from Ascension. Part of me thinks that that may have been part of the marketing strategy, is to launch the thing that you know is going to be so horrible that no matter how bad something like Remake might be, like, it's going to look like gold next to Ascension. So I don't know. But on top of that, there was a little bit more information because Best Buy also put up a pre-order for Silent Hill 2 Remake. And there was some details listed in the more information tab. So if you go to the pre-order on Best Buy and you click on the more information tab, it says, take on the role of James Sunderland as he makes his way through the horrifying town of Silent Hill as he's hunted by terrifying creatures, all while trying to uncover the truth of a dark mystery. Enjoy the experience of playing through a seminal horror game, all with modern graphics, exclusively on your PlayStation 5. Fan favorite character Pyramid Head makes a return, along with a special origin story for fans to play through. Silent Hill 2 for PlayStation 5 is produced by Konami and developed by Bloober Team in collaboration with Akira Yamaoka and Masahiro Ito. So, interesting details, pretty basic stuff, but a lot of people have been really, really hyper-focusing on that one specific bullet point. I'm going to reread that one. Fan favorite character Pyramid Head makes a return along with a special origin story for fans to play through. So, a lot of people are immediately, for some reason, speculating that this means an origin story for Pyramid Head. Like, that it's going to include some sort of new backstory for how, like, who or what is Pyramid Head. Some people have been taking it that way. I don't think that's necessarily what that means. I think it's poorly worded. I think what they are meaning to say is fan favorite character Pyramid Head makes a return, and also returning is the special origin story for fans to play through, in reference to Born from a Wish, the origin story of Maria. Which makes sense. A lot of people would have already thought the Born from a Wish would probably be included. And I feel like that is most likely. Like, realistically, logically, that should be what that means. It's just talking about Born from a Wish. But why not just specifically say Born from a Wish? We know what it's called. The new merchandise, for example, if you buy the new statues based on Silent Hill 2 Remake, the Maria statue is mentioned. You know, it says Born from a Wish on it. So, like, fans know about it. We know what the sub-scenario was originally called. So why not just say that? Why not word that differently, you know? And yeah, then there's the other part of my brain where, as Rachel points out, it is Bloober Team. And they've said over and over again in past interviews and things like that, that they do plan on changing things. They do plan on adding new endings. They do plan on they've said that this is going to be Silent Hill 2 as they remember it, you know, along with things that they want to change and include. And I mean, I could kind of see them doing something like that, where it basically is like a bad Hellraiser knockoff. You know, there's like the origin of Pinhead, how he used to be a real person. We literally looked it up not even 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago, and I've already forgotten his human name. Elliot Spencer. Thank you, Rachel. So it's like the Pinhead origin story where he used to be Elliot Spencer and how he became Pinhead and all of that. I could see them doing like a bad knockoff of that, where Pyramid Head for Bloober Team, Pyramid Head used to just be some guy, you know, the cult executioner man who has a name and used to be a person, and then what made him turn into Pyramid Head. I could see them doing something really schlocky and terrible like that. I wouldn't put it past them. So I'm really, really hoping it's just worded poorly and that they're just talking about Born from a Wish. I would say I'm like 75% sure they're just talking about Born from a Wish in that bullet point. But there's another 25% of me that's thinking we might get some weird Pyramid Head origin story as part of Silent Hill 2 Remake. So yeah, Silent Hill 2 Remake 2024, everybody. Looking forward to it. Can't be worse than Ascension, right? I just gotta stop talking. I just gotta stop saying things. It can always get worse. Yeah. I mean, I put out a whole video about that because when I finished Book of Memories, I not even joking, I pretty earnestly said, you know, they couldn't make anything worse than Book of Memories. And then now we have Ascension. So, God, I think it would be pretty damn difficult. I think no matter how much Bloober fucks up Silent Hill 2 Remake, I don't think it can be worse than Ascension, but man, I've already cursed us once. I've already cursed us once. So yeah. Moving on to some more Silent Hill Ascension related news. Do we want to just go over the last few Jacob Navoke tweets and kind of break those down, or the more juicy? Let's start with the juicy fun stuff. The juicy fun stuff. Bob Vids, our good friend Bob Vids from The Great Debate on YouTube, who has been participating in Ascension with his community, and is notorious for starting the Hideo Kojima "Cummies in my tummies" meme from day one that has already had multiple articles written about it. He's the only one who's really shaped Silent Hill canon so far out of everyone. We should all aspire to be more like Bob Vids. Bob Vids just tweeted at Genvid and Jacob Navoke 4 hours ago. Hey, Genvid Entertainment and Jacob Navoke. People are still posting racist shit in Silent Hill Ascension's live chat, except this time via usernames. There is no excuse for this, and your flagging system is a joke. Just disable chat at this point if you can't handle extremely basic moderation. So you'll notice on screen, I've got the app open. The button for chat is there. I'm not clicking it today. I'm going to have to be really quick on the draw to close it as quickly as possible when the live episode happens in 34 more minutes. So people have not been able to type in chat since day one. I mentioned the Hideo Kojima thing that Bob Vids talked about. Well, that whole thing started because of how busted the chat filter system is. So for those who don't know about all that, day one, when everything launched, the chat was a complete mess. People were posting horrible racist slurs, completely unedited or unfiltered. It was just going through like it was nothing. Whereas other words such as scam, the word scam, and the word Kojima were being filtered out. But racial slurs were getting through chat. So day one of chat was a complete mess. The whole Bob Vids Hideo Kojima thing was him and his community making fun of how broken the chat was. And they disabled chat basically immediately after day one. So since day two, it's been emote only. And they apparently, according to one of the Twitter things by Jacob Navoke, they enabled it a couple of times while testing out their filter revisions. And they basically said as soon as they enable the chat, that there are communities of people who are collaborating to immediately post racist shit as soon as the chat allows them to type. So every time they would re-enable it, it would immediately get flooded with slurs, and they would just turn it back off and put it back to emote only. Now, according to this Bob Vids tweet, and with that tweet, he does include a video documenting the evidence of this happening on his stream. People are circumventing the ability, since they can't type directly in chat, they can only post emotes. People are just making accounts with slurs in the account name. And once again, there is no filter for it. So now it's being flooded with racist account names. So the chat is basically just a mess, an absolute mess. Supposedly they have this team of moderators that are supposed to be helping out. I guess their moderation tools are not good enough, or their chat software, whatever they're using, their back end stuff is just fucked up. But yeah, at this point, they basically just need to do away with chat altogether, which is supposed to be like a big drawing point. You know, that's supposed to be a big part of this whole experience. It's supposed to be a community experience. You're supposed to be able to go into the chat and be like, come on, guys, don't let the good choice win. We gotta do some bad shit. Let's rally together. We're supposed to be able to communicate with each other in like a meaningful way via the chat system. Obviously, that's not how anonymous internet works. Like, especially when you leave it open the way that they have. Have they ever seen any game chat? Jacob Navoke himself has said that he's spent tons of time on Twitch seeing how people interact with live streams and stuff, and that was a big inspiration for a lot of his direction with these big, what are called miles, massively interactive live events. So like he claims to be on Twitch all the fucking time, and again, Ascension's chat and like backend stuff uses the same. I'm not a super techie person. I don't know the exact terms. I'm probably saying it wrong, but they basically use the same framework, the same code or whatever as Twitch. Like that's how they have streaming video with live chat next to it. They're using the same stuff that Twitch uses. Which in my mind, shouldn't they just be able to use the same moderation tools and blacklists and things like that as Twitch? It's not perfect, but it's definitely a lot better than anything that they've tried to implement at this point. That's unlikely. Twitch code is not open sourced. Have you seen Kick? I'm pretty sure people have like copied it over exactly. Like Kick is a prime example. It might not necessarily be open source, but like I guess some kind of equivalent. And in past interviews, Jacob Navoke specifically said we're using the same thing as Twitch. Like that's how they're making it work on their end. That's how they're able to put it out on the same app stores that Twitch app is able to work on. Application Programming Interface, API. Thank you, Brackout. Did the Walking Dead game have chat? It did. But it was a lot more limited because it was through Facebook. So whatever filters and things Facebook had would have dictated how that played out, how that worked. Copy the looks and design, but not the internal logic, business rules, etc. I'll take your word for it. As said, I'm not very tech-minded. So, but Jacob, just going off of what he has said in interviews, he said that they built Ascension, the live streaming video aspect of it and the live chat aspect of it on the same something that Twitch uses. So I'll have to go through and pull all these interviews. This has been such a train wreck that there's still so much information about Ascension that I have to compile for a lot of these in-depth things. So as this goes on, I'll have more and more notes together and have more and more accurate information. But same framework, perhaps that may have been it, if that's different from like a direct API or something. But either way, even without it being Twitch directly or comparable to Twitch or anything like that, we're talking about a basic obscenity filter, like the most basic type of thing that you can do. Oh, another thing to bring up as far as like they've mentioned in some of the post shows and stuff, how like, oh, we're up and coming, we're kind of new at doing this, so there's going to be things like this that they have to work out and figure out how to improve on as the thing goes on. First of all, they have experience doing this before. They've done it with the Walking Dead, Last Mile, and stuff like that. Second of all, one of the major developers who is making Silent Hill Ascension is Behavior Interactive, who makes Dead by Daylight, a game that I should point out has an in-game chat system and has an obscenity filter in it. So they're working with people who know how to do this. And they've worked on projects before where they've done it. How did their other projects work out? Walking Dead Last Mile was apparently awful. I mean, it's literally Ascension. It's the same shitty mini games. It's the same influencer points. Like they're literally called the same thing, influencer points. They work the same way. It was identical essentially to what Ascension was, but with The Walking Dead instead. Right down to like the Telltale Walking Dead art style. Again, most of the developers behind Ascension are previous Telltale employees. But yeah, Walking Dead was Last Mile was awful. And it had very, very low user interaction, especially because it was limited to just Facebook, but also it was shit. So by the end of it, I think, I don't know, there was like a couple hundred people still interacting with it. It started off with like 2,000 or 3,000 and then dwindled to like maybe 100 people, I think, by the end. But there's very little information about it out there. If you try to pull up gameplay, there's like 2 or 3 videos of gameplay, one of which is like completely no audio, no commentary, no sound effects, no nothing. But yeah, there is evidence of it out there, like what it was, so you can pull it up and you can see that it was the same format, same everything. Before DBD, Behavior only did mobile games, mostly, yeah. They also did like Naughty Bear and some like licensed shovelware type stuff. But yeah, DBD was like their lightning in a bottle. New Silent Hill game? Yeah, this is Silent Hill Ascension, quote unquote game. It's a massively interactive live experience. It's like watching a bad TV show and playing a bad cell phone game all at the same time. Interactive movie. But yeah, we're waiting on the new episode. It's going to be another 23 minutes. So yeah, we're just kind of catching up on all of the Ascension train wreck news right now. And then we're going to watch the new episode. And after the episode, we're going to watch all of this week's episodes. And I'm going to constantly be pausing the episodes while we talk about the plot. Basically, the best thing I can do, like it's sort of like an in-depth story playthrough that I would do for the video games, you know, but when you're doing it with a TV show, it's kind of hard to do that. So it's just going to be really annoying. I'm just going to be watching every episode and pausing every 3 seconds to talk about details. So if that sounds cool to you, stick around. And possibly seek help. Can you play this alone? It is exclusively an online multi-interactive thing, but you don't necessarily have to interact with anything in the community. Technically, you can just come on and watch episodes and play, quote unquote, play games. Let me show you the games. All right. If you want to, quote unquote, play this alone, here's the gameplay. You ready? Begin. So you can absolutely just play this by yourself. You could also just play Candy Crush. Candy Crush would be more satisfying. So, yeah. Still no soundtrack. Yeah, still no audio or anything in the app. Nothing like that. No, the music that you're hearing right now is my music. Like, I'll pause it. That's my music that I'm playing because there's not typically anything here. So even when you're playing the games, the guitar game is the only time that there's music. And the whole point of the game is to ruin the music by clicking a bunch of notes on top of it. So yeah, that's the only time there's music, is when you play that shitty game, quote unquote game. It's just click the circle. It's not even really a rhythm game. You don't have to do anything rhythmically. You don't have to do it in any kind of order. It's just click the circle while you listen to the song. And we'll ruin it by playing synthesizer guitar strings over it. Carl is still losing hope. Didn't they want to fix that? Yeah, they said they were going to fix that. They said they were going to manually adjust Carl's hope, but it's still going down. Rachel's hope's going up. That's different. Last time I was on, that was going down too. Things are happening. People are interacting with shit. No, it's not. We need Silent Hill Ascension Rachel to die quickly so that I can talk to my girlfriend Rachel without it being confusing. Thank you. This is how we need to shape the Silent Hill canon for my benefit. So yeah, let's turn the music back on. And we'll call her Rachel. The one in Ascension is Rachel. So what else? Let's go over the last few Jacob Navoke tweets. Very wisely, Jacob finally turned off replies on tweets on his personal account because it was getting very, very hateful in those replies. And not even joking right now, like being serious. People were taking it way too far and attacking him for like who he is and things like that, which is not okay. People were, going too far with it. You can be critical of shitty things that people make. We can rag on this horrible scam game all day, but you don't attack people for who they are. Like, when you're born into this world, you don't get to make your custom character. You are who you are. And hating people for something they have, no control over is fucking stupid. Anyway, hate people, hating people in general is fucking stupid. Like, hate the actions, hate the things they make, hate the stupid things he says, but like, at the end of the day, whatever. He's a person. He's got his family to feed. He's got his bills to pay. He's got his daily worries just like everyone else. And he's got to abide by shit that Konami tells him to do, Anyway, that aside, we're going to go over some of the things that he's tweeted. We're going to talk about some of the stuff that he's said since the last episode. So for yesterday, he said tonight, referring to yesterday's show, tonight has a post show. Post shows are Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We also sometimes do pre-shows. So yeah, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are usually going to be a post show where some of the devs come on and talk. And then sometimes, I guess, on certain occasions, they'll do pre-shows as well. So he's just clarifying that. They told us that during one of the other post shows, so that's fine. After patches from last night, we have repeatedly tested systems for the story stream and cannot reproduce the incorrect branch issue on the new backend build. Though, as I said yesterday, it's proof we have built all the content. Tonight functioned correctly, including the callback. The point of the callback is to show you that the scene you're seeing references previous branches. So it may not be a branched scene from a decision that's closed, but it's still different because of a past decision. So again, he's still really trying to reinforce the whole, like, we messed up. For those who don't know, on day 3, they showed the wrong branch. The community voted for one thing and the live stream showed a different thing that was not voted for. And then in the catch-up episodes, you can see here on the screen, there's this thing that says catch-up. So this is where you can go and watch the episodes when you don't watch them live. So for the catch-up, they put the correct one there that people voted for. But we went through and compared the scenes, and I mean, there's very little difference to them anyway. But yes, alternate scenes do exist, but he's very much drilling home the point that, like, yes, it exists, because obviously myself and a lot of other people were critical that there even were these branching pathways. But it makes sense once you actually kind of see them and how little they really differ. They're not as impactful as it seems, where like an entire episode will still start and end the same way, and just that one little decision scene is basically like, you've got your 3 different scenes. They've got very slight, very, differences between what happens in them. They're all the exact same length of time. So any one of them can just be dropped into the episode and it doesn't really affect the episode as a whole. So like, yeah, the content is there, but it's also not, at least as of right now, not nearly as impactful as they would have led us to believe. He said that tonight, referring again to yesterday's stream, functioned correctly, including the callback. So the callback was basically during the episode, it would pop up a little thing at the top of the screen saying like, you're seeing this because 69% of the community voted on this choice. So that's supposed to be signifying, where you've made a difference. It's to try to give you that feedback of here is a scene that you're watching because of a decision that was made possibly several episodes ago. So that's that. Going back to his tweet, we turned off the faces on the collective outcome meter, which appears on the bottom right of Endure, until we can support the scale needed for it. So that's the names that you see popping up during the QTE segment. So at the end of each daily episode, there's these QTE segments with like a random character dropped into a running segment. And the running segment is always the same. Like the scene plays out identically every single night. Just with a different character doing the run. And while that happens, there's a bunch of little random QTEs that aren't even related to the action that's happening that pop up on the stream. So during that, it's supposed to pop up down at the bottom, like community names and stuff of who's passing, who's failing. And they said they turned all that off until they can support the scale needed for it. We were breaking it instantly like a self-DDoS, and it fell back to display default names each night because it can't handle the request volume. So that's what they're saying all of the names are like, and that's what I mentioned as well, that those are probably not bot names. They're most likely just placeholders when it can't draw an actual username. Although now that we see the obscenities and people circumventing the not being able to type in chat by just putting slurs in usernames, and it's working, I wouldn't be surprised if they're also hiding names to prevent people from showing slurs in the name pop-ups or in the leaderboards as well. Although we can see the leaderboards still, can't we? Yeah, names on leaderboards are still there. Wait a minute. Wasn't this person Citizen Dildo? Did they make them change their name? One of the whales, we can go back and check the VODs too. One of the whales had a username Citizen Dildo. Because I made a joke about it. We pulled up the leaderboards and I was like, Citizen Dildo's leading the charge. We need to rally. Now it's Citizen Boss. Holy shit. I wonder if that person changed it, or if they, like, if a dev changed it, or told them they had to change it. That's so funny, dude. Oh, fuck. Rest in peace, Citizen Dildo. We know your true identity. Going back to Jacob's tweets, he said, we continue to work on endure systems for stability and scale. So that's the running segments with the QTEs. This is an iterative process. We test daily, but scale reveals new challenges. Astrid was in the hot seat tonight. We did make it easier based off of feedback that it was too hard. Maybe it's too easy now. We'll test the next few days. It's fucking tap the screen QTEs. What the fuck do you mean too easy or too hard? If it actually functioned in the way that it's supposed to, with like, the problem is just that it like lags out and it makes no impact on the scene playing out because it plays out exactly the same every night, no matter if you pass or fail. So there's no like user feedback to doing it at all anyway. It has very little to do with how difficult it is. But apparently they're trying to mess around with the difficulty for the Endure systems. He said, we have finished our rollout of IP reimbursements. If you haven't gotten your full reimbursement, let support know. If you didn't get points after Endure support, let support know. Mine came in fine tonight. So yeah, if you're wondering why I've got all these points, basically point spending is broken as fuck right now. And anytime it breaks, they just refund your points and give you some extra. So that's what he's talking about there. So who cares? I've got 14.9 thousand. You know, look, this choice is winning by 4 million. You know, this one's winning by 1 million. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. Only 1 million points difference. Let me dump my 14,000 in there. Yeah. Being able to see this information removes any desire to like participate. Anyway, Jacob went on to say, we have from day one a full refund policy for the founders pack. Just contact support, though I thank many of you for supporting us. So, Yami, you might get your $20 back. I'm going to look into that. He went on to say, chat is only stickers tonight, and we know that it is all. This is again a tweet from yesterday, but this applies to today as well. Chat is emote only. Some communities have been doing, this is where he mentioned what I talked about earlier. Some communities have been doing coordinated attacks with racist messages and come back the moment we turn on full chat again. Thus, emoji and text are waiting for moderation improvements before they come back. It's a top priority to do so, and while we improved the block list, we still find that ASCII and Unicode attacks are possible, so it's remaining off for now. Yeah. So the filter system's still broken. The community is still just being shitty as possible. And I mean, this is such a shitty project. Like, it doesn't justify racism and shit like that, but obviously you're going to get this kind of train wreck is going to attract the worst of the trolls. Like, this is going to get the worst of your Redditors and your 4chan posters to just fuck around with it because it's so bad. So they need to have prepared for this. They knew how big of a scale they were trying to go for. They would have known they have to do something about that. So it sucks, but what are you going to do? Like, you should have prepared for that better. And his final point of that tweet, I strongly recommend mobile users update to the new app versions, which have some patches. Now I'm playing through a web browser, so I have no idea. I assume those patches also apply, but yeah, if you're a mobile user and you haven't updated for the new patches yet, then just install it, because fuck it. Make sure to ask for your money back if you paid for the season pass. What else? 4 more minutes until the episode. Jacob posted a few things since then. Moment collection is now functional. Be sure to go to your user profile, then moments. Moments. Oh shit, I have collected moments. Finally. What does this do for me? Do I care? All right. Well, that's finally working. It's pointless, but it works now. This will let you get the weekly goal for moment collection. If you missed participating in the decision, they'll become available again when we do the What If rerun after the season ends, so you can collect 100% of moments. So for you 100% completionists out there, come back in 16 weeks when they run through it again if you want to get all the moments. Well, be here for the first 16 weeks to get the first set of moments, and then be here for whatever they do after that for the next set of moments. 8 months. 8 months of this, by the way. Jacob also tweeted, I've asked the dev team to turn off the Founders Pack pop-up model. It's showing up every login. It's supposed to be there once every 3 days. Bugged and annoying. They need to do a pull request for it, so give that the weekend to be fixed. So this, I guess the pop... Oh, no, because I already have the Founders Pack, normally it would do like a pop-up, like a full-on pop-up on top of the UI that says like, spend $20, buy the Founders Pack. So it's only supposed to do that every 3 days, not every time you open the app. So if that bothers you, they're trying to fix it and make it less annoying. Again, you can easily, there's easy workaround if you don't want to see that pop up anymore. You uninstall the app and you'll never see it again. Unless you watch my stream. And then you might see it sometimes, I guess. Endure. There are 60 scenes on the docket. Close to half are in current build, but are randomized. Nothing's been random at all yet. It's all been exactly the same for the last 5 days. The other half will start airing later in the season. There are boss encounters. You have not seen them yet. Once the rooms are completed, the roadmap is to introduce features that will further challenge the overlay experience, making it easier or harder based on individual overlay. Currently, everyone gets the same input pop-ups. What does that even mean? Different people get different QTEs, different difficulty levels, depending on what they've done personally. There's a lot of fine-tuning here. The first 2 days were clearly too hard. Yesterday was fine. Maybe tonight was too easy. Okay. FYI, if you haven't played Buried Memories yet, it's a puzzle type that was originally only for a few hours on day one. Other new puzzles will come in a few weeks. I find Buried Memories to be the toughest. Buried Memories is bullshit. It's just click on the image. It's an old Newgrounds Flash game. It's find the hidden pixel. It's literally just a static image of a room, and you click around and like find all the pages, find the key, find the salt. It's literally like an old Newgrounds Flash game. It's nothing. So, whatever. New episode. Yup, get it. Are we still here? Did I get banned? Was there any slurs? I think we're good. I closed the chat as quickly as I could. Starlight getting a cameo. Choosing sides. Astrid finally decides if she's going to turn incriminating evidence against her father into the local police or hide it. What's she going to do with the syringe, everybody? I put 600 points into 2 options because I'm doing science. Shit, the music. Community chose turn it over to the police.
Detective, please come in.
Oh, this is the cameo from last time.
Can I get you something to drink?
No, thank you. Well, I'm here. Why did you call me?
The detective characters are cameo characters.
I wanted to show you this. I found this in my mother's room. It's morphine. She wasn't prescribed it, but if this syringe was full, it could have been a lethal dose.
You think your father did this?
I'm not sure.
You should have given this to me earlier. But I understand your hesitation. It can't have been easy.
If it helps.
Oh, the cameos were the background detectives. Okay, okay, thank you.
I intend to.
This is a fixed character? Okay. I thought this was a recurring cameo, because I know some of the cameos are supposed to be recurring characters. There's like 3 different types of cameos. There's recurring, there's minor speaking role, and there's background with no lines. So I thought she was just like a recurring cameo.
You probably think that was me too.
I just had a talk with your daughter. It's a shame you got her involved.
I don't understand.
The syringe, Carl. I found it.
You're in trouble
Why
now.
haven't you arrested me then? If you had any excuse to put those cuffs on me, you would. You can't. Even you don't think you have the evidence. You're just trying to scare me into confessing.
I'm giving you a chance to tell the truth before the autopsy does it for you.
What if the truth is impossible to believe?
Like what? A knock-in did it? Look, just save us the trouble and admit you killed her.
Blame the man in the
Denial
window.
won't hold up against evidence.
The evidence you don't have.
God, get out of the way. All right. This story has nothing to do with anything else Silent Hill. It might as well not be a Silent Hill thing. It's Silent Hill in name only.
Are you ready?
Not really.
Tell them the truth, and everything will be fine.
Xavier,
Rachel
Big Bad
Hernandez.
Wolf.
We're ready for you.
Okay, we finally get to see the elders. They have Joy's body just laid out.
Yes, kneel. Whether out of penitence or humility, we must decide how to judge the work of your hands. Rachel Hernandez, your sister Joy is dead, but you are very much alive. Why is this? Look at me, Rachel.
something killed her.
Something.
We
We'll
don't
need more to go
we
on
don't know
than
these
that.
elders yet.
I don't know.
The community
One of our own is
doubted.
dead. We demand answers.
I don't have them. I've replayed that day in my mind again and again, and I can't ignore my doubts.
Explain.
I did everything correctly, exactly as I was taught. Every word, every cut. But what I saw? It was something new, something we don't understand.
Are you questioning the veracity of our teachings?
Dialogue from
No,
the trailers.
I'm just saying, what if we miss something? What if there's something we don't know?
This order has stood for centuries. How dare you?
Though I am not pleased to
But
see
they're
that
not
your
the
faith has
order.
wavered, I think it would be unwise to ignore this. A ritual of clarity is required.
Barbara, given the outcome of the last ritual, Is this our wisest course of action?
Yeah, just do more
I
rituals.
believe it is.
Just keep doing
And
rituals.
why is that?
Because the withering must be stopped.
The withering.
A withering? Here?
Impossible. I
That
would've seen
voice
the
acting.
signs.
You may not have seen them, but she has.
It's like an Oblivion
You've seen
character.
them, haven't you, Rachel?
The
Visions,
withering.
harbingers, lurking in that cramped, stifling place between sleep and awake.
How do you?
I know because of Radcliffe's writings. And now I know it's spreading here. This town stands on a cliff. As more are drawn into the pestilence-blighted web, it flutters further over the abyss. We
Okay.
have to stop it.
More mention of the pestilent.
You have to stop it.
I will do whatever is required of me.
Good. You will need to choose someone to help you perform the ritual. Someone who will bring you strength.
The girl's husband.
Eric.
He's still new to our order, but a marriage bond is a powerful one.
Obviously, it's Eric.
Krista should do it.
Fuck Krista.
Me?
She and Rachel haven't always seen eye to eye, but friction can yield perseverance.
I can also make myself available, though you should consider our bond is only still
Oh,
in its
Eric,
infancy.
Krista, or Barbara, the woman who we've just met and know
I need
nothing
time to
about.
think.
What a choice. Everyone's gonna go for her husband, right? Everyone's gonna go for Eric, right? Let's try and predict the community. How did they straighten Joy's neck? That's a great question. Time to endure, Rachel. Harold O'Speru got 2 cameos. Dr. Jens and the Moon. Gee, Harold, why do you get 2 cameos? Hey, Neb Zombie, how's this game? Terrible. It's one of the worst things I've ever experienced, even more than Book of Memories. Time for QTEs. Do I do them at all today, or do we say fuck it? Do we just watch this? Do we not even care? What's more fun? Do you want to see me try to do them? Or do we want to just sit and watch it all fail? It doesn't change like what happens on screen at all. Want to see if it's broken again? Good point. Good point. Community currently failing. Get the points? Fuck the points. Try doing one to see. We'll try one. Here, let's specifically fail one. My bar's not moving at all.
Stay away! Stay away!
Instantly filled. God gamer. All right, now nothing.
No! No!
Didn't move. Yeah, this is so stupid. This, by the way, is the whole draw to be here every day. The episodes are in VODs. You can watch them whenever. The mini games are always there. They rotate out every day, but like they're there for you to just go in. This is literally the only thing you have to be here for live. And it's nothing. It's this exact same sequence has played for the last 5 days in a row, with only the character going through it changing out. And this has no bearing on the story. Like, the characters don't talk about being in this world. They don't talk about experiencing this. This doesn't impact anything in the actual episodes. So this is what that tweet I was reading before this started was. They said he's got, you know, let me read it again. There are 60 scenes on the docket. 60 scenes for this. Close to half are in the current build, but are randomized. So roughly 30 are supposedly in the game right now, but are randomized. The last 5 days, this has been identical, exactly the same. The other half will start airing later in the season. There are boss encounters that we haven't seen yet. So he's claiming all this stuff is in the game and we just have to stick around and see it. And it'll show up eventually. But for the last 5 days, which is going to be most people's first and only impression for this before saying this is garbage and uninstalling it, it's been exactly the same. Does he mean 30 scenes? Like he counts the same scenario with different characters as different scenes? Maybe. Maybe. He might be considering this and the scene where it happens to Toby as different scenes, even though everything plays out exactly the same. It's just a different character model. Saw this on another stream, didn't even realize it was Silent Hill. Thought this was some garbage PS3 retro thing. This is Silent Hill Ascension. This is the newest Silent Hill piece of media. It somehow fails at being a TV show and a game. It's somewhere in the shitty middle between those two. By the way, Orson 7, one of the main characters, is named Orson. He's a small boy with autism who bites people.
What is this place?
Yeah, now we're just in Saw. Oh, look, it's Silent Hill. There's a fan. No, it's totally Silent Hill now. She found her way into Homecoming. It's the same scene. I'm pretty sure I've already made the same joke. No, we've seen this exact same thing before. For the last 5 days. Community bar is barely moving. Look at that cameo. The bug's gonna crawl on him. It's gonna do a close-up of their face while the bug pops up. Here it comes. Look at that. God gamer. Nailed it. Wooden Hooligan. Thank you so much for that Prime sub. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying the dumpster fire. After people were failing too much, they made it impossible to fail. It's kind of what it looks like. I literally did one successful QTE and then have, like, my hands aren't even on my mouse and keyboard. I'm leaning back in my chair, I'm chilling. This is the only time we hear some music from the composer. Yeah, and it's pretty forgettable. Like it's not great. It's kind of generic horror music. Again, the music and the atmosphere feels more like Saw or something than Silent Hill. Oh, hold on. Time to do another QTE while we watch another scene we've already looked at. Yeah, we've seen this too. This happened last night as well. Good enough. As soon as I get the bar into the green, I just stop interacting. Oh, Zach Baggins! It's not my Zach Baggins, but it was somebody else's Zach Baggins. I'm happy with that. Now he is a ghost. Now he's on the real ghost adventure. It's scarier the third time? I don't know, man. It wasn't scary in 2008 when Homecoming did it. Oh, I'm already in the green. Fuck it, let's max it out. These are all just DBD maps? They really are. These are the segments, by the way, that Behavior specifically, like, was called in to do. And look, you literally just drop a pallet. You literally drop a pallet. It's all they know how to do. Fun fact. Dead by Daylight, in its pre-alpha stages, before they settled on the pallet mechanic, you did actually drop bookshelves. Just like that. Rachel successfully endured. We did it. I got 1,600 points for that. I did 3 QTEs. Oh, dude. So fucking stupid. That's it. That's it. That's the daily content. But oh yeah, names are broken. Names are going crazy. Let's spend some points on some choices, get some loot boxes, and then we'll start recapping the story. So today is Saturday. For those of you who haven't watched the past week, usually throughout the week, I'll come on, I'll talk about the news, we'll watch the episode, talk about the train wreck, and then that's usually it. It's usually about a 2.5 hour stream. Today's going to go a little bit longer because we're going to be going through on Saturdays and recapping that week worth of story. So we're just going to focus on the story itself and try and figure things out, speculate, try and predict things based on context, and point out some details and things. Because, yeah, just to definitively show that the story itself is not great as well. Like, so many people don't even pay attention to the story because the rest of this is such a nightmare. Like, the graphics are bad, the UI is bad, the app itself is bad, it's predatory as fuck, all the monetizations, all the racist community chat filter bullshit. It's so much of a dumpster fire that it's hard to even pay attention to the whole draw of the thing, which is the story, the supposed TV show that you can choose to interact with or just choose to watch like a TV show, as the devs claim. So Saturdays, we're going to treat it exactly like that. We're going to basically rewatch the whole week on Saturday, and I'll constantly be pausing it and talking about details while we watch it like a TV show. Imagine watching a TV show with the most annoying person in the fucking world constantly pausing the video to tell you everything that they think they know about it. That's the experience for the rest of the stream. If that doesn't sound like a fun romp for you, sorry. For those of you who are into that kind of thing, join me. Join me, shall you? Shall we? Will you? Something? Words? My brain's melting. 5 days of Ascension is already making me crazy. We need to spend points. We've already spent points on this. 600 points on Get Evidence, 200 points on Attack the Foundation. We have new choices. How will Carl react to Astrid keeping Orson from him? Again, I'm testing out stuff, so I put 200 points into Demand an Apology and 400 into Beg for Forgiveness. It doesn't seem to really matter. You can just kind of spend points however, and it doesn't really affect anything, seemingly, other than how many loot boxes you get to open. What will Carl tell the police about Ingrid's death? I put 200 points into Blame the Man in the Window. Let's put some more points into that and get a loot box. And also put the same amount of points into the lowest possible decision, confessing to the murder. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. It don't matter. That's how we watch movies. That is exactly how me and Rachel watch movies, by the way. We'll sit and constantly pause it and be like, I know I recognize this actor. And then we IMDb scroll through trivia for the next hour. And then we resume the movie until we see someone else that we recognize or hear a voice that we recognize or wonder who the director was. And then we pause it and do the same thing all over. That's how we watch stuff. Who will Rachel ask to perform the ritual? Krista? People want to see more Krista. Krista's winning. People are voting very heavily right now. You know what? I'm going to be on the top of the leaderboard for a brief shining moment. Get ready to take your screenshot. Never mind. I should have looked at the leaderboard. I should have looked first. I thought I saw it there. Wait, this person has 9. I just put more than that. Hold on, let me play music. Get some background here. What the fuck, assimilated doggy? That's my spot. That's my bronze medal. You fucker, you fraud. It just straight up doesn't show. Could take a while for the server to reflect. We'll check back in on it. We'll check back in on it. I'm sure by that point someone else will have put in, oh, my points came back. I refreshed it and the points are back. So it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work at all. It took all my presents away too. It's so fucking pointless, man. Even if they actually legitimately built all of these systems and it's not a scam, if this is supposed to be real community making decisions, affecting how the story plays out in significant ways, it's so broken that you just don't feel like you have any impact whatsoever. I voted for the thing that doesn't have CGI ready. Let's try again. So 9,000 is the third spot. So 9,100 should put me there, right? Choppa's 239. Thank you so much for that Prime sub. Very much appreciated. Thank you for the support. Thank you, thank you. Let's open our loot boxes and then refresh and see if we keep that or if it's just rolling everything back every time. Oh, look at that. I got a sad crawler. Epic. It's epic, you guys. Yeah, we can just do claim all. Wow. Got some happy hangers. I mean, it is Saturday, you know. My hangers are pretty happy. Black ponytail. Blonde faint. Brown pencil. Some chrome sunglasses. I really need a hat. I need a hat for Zach Baggins. So let's check the leaderboard. Is my man Eric reflecting my vote? No. Let's refresh. My points are still gone. Tanoshi 03. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Welcome back. And Stasio, thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you, thank you. The points are still gone. My black ponytail and facial options are now there. Oh, that's better. We got a better thing for facial hair for Zach. Add the sad crawler emote to the stream. We might actually. We'll see. Happy hangers. I'm scared to even open chat and try out happy hangers. Because it's probably just going to be a slur for a username the moment I open it. Someone else took the spot. Someone else took the spot. I didn't commit hard enough. Go 13.1k. I've only got 5.8k points. All right, don't worry. They said that we can get points by watching VODs, which we're going to watch all the VODs today because I'm doing a big story recap for the whole week. We've got some rewards to claim. Let's see how far we can get without, like, obviously we're not fucking spending money. But let's see how close we can get back to like where we were. Cause I doubt we're gonna even break like 8k from everything you can possibly do. Oh, we're about to get the It's Bread sticker. Do I like this? No soapy bubbles. Let me take a moment and drop any sort of sense of sarcasm and humor. Just for anyone who's not sure. This legitimately makes me embarrassed to be a Silent Hill fan. The fact that this is the new Silent Hill thing after 11 years. This is one of the worst things I think I've ever experienced. It's horrible to watch. It's mind-numbing to pay attention to it and take notes on it for the sake of doing in-depth stuff. And you guys got to understand, like, I fell in love with the Silent Hill franchise back in 1999 as a little horror fan. The first Silent Hill game was the only horror game to like scare me so bad I had to turn it off. After I played it and finished it, you know, and then Silent Hill 2 a few years later, and then Silent Hill 3 and so on and so forth, I became obsessed with this series. I was constantly researching it. I was constantly playing it. I was constantly talking to friends about it and sharing theories about it, posting on internet forums back when there barely even was internet forums. I love this franchise, and I've spent a lot of my life extensively obsessing with it and trying to share as much information as I can with people. You know, before I did streams and stuff like that, like I used to write internet guides and like stuff like that on forums and things like that back in the day. Like I've always loved this series and sank a lot of time into it. And since I've started streaming and focusing on Silent Hill back in 2015, you know, my efforts have tripled beyond what I was doing just out of my own passion at that point. Because now, after that, it caught on and I suddenly had this audience of fellow Silent Hill fans to share information with. And it just ramped it up even more. So like since streaming Silent Hill full time from 2015 to today, you know, I've absolutely thoroughly researched, played everything in this franchise. If you want to go look at my collections page here on Twitch, I've got a big playlist of Silent Hill archives. It's not even everything. It's almost everything from 2017 to today. It's 581 hours long. And we're still adding to that. And that's all informative Silent Hill, you know, lore playthroughs and stuff. That's not even including speed runs, challenge runs, you know, things like that. So like, I love this series. I basically kind of make it my effort to know everything about it and share everything about it that I can as comprehensively as possible. Even if it's something that I personally do not like as a fan, there might be some fan out there who does like it and wants to know more about it and can't find anything about it because all they find is how much people are hating on it. So that's why I cover things like Book of Memories. You know, I hated that fucking experience. I hated going through and showing all 500 zones of it. It was a torturous experience, but no one else had ever done it. There was no other video of that out there. No one else had ever streamed all of that. So I wanted to be thorough, put that information out there for anyone who might want it, even if the majority of fans don't give a shit or don't like it enough to care. Someone might, even if it's one person or two people or whatever. So that's the idea. I just want to be as thorough as possible. And when it comes to something like Ascension, it's even worse than Book of Memories. It's a horrible experience, but for the sake of people who might want to research this, if the plug gets pulled on this, you know, a month from now, and a year from now, 2 years from now, 10 years from now, people are going back trying to find, you know, information regarding this horrible blight, dark spot on the franchise. I want to have it as comprehensively covered as possible. You know, that's why I cover everything that the developers have been saying, everything that's been happening with the app itself. And then, like I said, Saturdays today, we're also going to put a big major focus on the story. So long-winded explanation. That's kind of what I'm known for, but yeah, long story short, my brain is broken and I consider myself a paragon in the Silent Hill community and want to cover everything as much as I can. So we're gonna keep doing it. It probably will. This is expensive to keep up, and I think they won't monetize this enough to break even. Yeah, I think if too many people wind up dropping it to the point where it's not cost effective to keep it going live, there's a very good chance that it doesn't finish its entire 8-month run. Okay. Should we just get into the, oh yeah, this stuff updated. Wonderful. We've got tiles, which is slider puzzles, and we've got shapeshifter, which is Candy Crush. Nothing new. No point in doing those. So yeah, let's start catching up on the story. So this week so far, 49 minutes, and I believe that should be including tonight's episode, The Elder's Judgment. And if it's not, then we'll watch all of this, and then we'll come back and we'll rewatch this afterwards. Because it's just tonight's episode that we already watched, but we'll watch it again and pause it and talk about everything as we go through it. So again, this is going to be the most annoying story thing that I've ever done before, because when I'm playing a video game and doing like a story playthrough, I can kind of play the game and talk about it at the same time. I'm notorious for just kind of standing around and talking about shit anyway, but this is going to be just me pausing and looking at everything in great detail. I'm trying to see all the stuff on the desk. I'm trying to see if there's any like titles or legible words or anything on like these books. Anything that could be any little hint of story detail or whatever. For example, this skull that has like markings on it, some sort of runes or markings or something up on the top of the skull. We have this character who I don't think we've been introduced to yet. I wasn't paying enough attention if he was one of the ones standing there in the elders meeting room in the episode that we saw today. But I guess we'll find out in a little bit. Hey, there's a radio. What's going on with that radio? So this screams to me that the writers really liked two movies in particular, Blair Witch and Hereditary. These are like straight up little Blair Witch dolls, and the entire concept of like recreating a scene of someone's death in miniature is a big part of Hereditary, where the mother in Hereditary makes miniatures for like a that's like her business, is she makes these super accurate little like miniatures and things. And she gets obsessed after her daughter dies and recreates the scene of her daughter's death in miniature form as like a way of trying to cope with it. And here we see this mysterious, most likely cult member making these little Blair Witch dolls and creating or recreating in miniature the scene of Joy's death. So this whole story kicks off with Rachel Hernandez.
Will it hurt? Yes. But this is how we become free, Joy. Truly free.
And Joy Sorelli. So we've got Rachel Hernandez, who is a prominent, what they call a healer within their foundation, or she has like a specific title that one of the other characters, Xavier, mentions in a later episode. I'll point it out when we get to it. Don't remember off the top of my head, but so we have Rachel Hernandez, who is this somewhat prominent member, not super high, but obviously not like new or anything in this cult, which is called the Foundation. And she has recruited another person to be in this cult to join, named Joy Sorelli.
From all the ugliness inside us. That's why you came to us.
So we can see their information booklet, the Foundation. So we see the symbol. It's part of the UI. Whenever you open the fucking loot crates, it pops up with the Foundation symbol. But yeah, this is our basically the Order, but not the Order.
To me. Okay. I'm ready, Rachel.
And she mentions, that's why you came to me. So Joy mentions later in a phone call to her brother, Toby, that like she wasn't very close with her family and that she's been seeking help and trying to find, I guess something. They haven't gone into great detail with that whole backstory yet, but she's been persuaded to join this cult. Her brother seems to think that Rachel's the one who's like enticing Joy to be here. This seems to have Rachel framing it as though Joy chose to be here. So we're still not entirely sure about all that character motivation, because
now say the words.
I'll
do it with you. I am blighted. My words are woe. My deeds are rot. But I am not lost.
It's not going to matter in a moment.
Blade, I I draw out my affliction. And
some of these symbols very clearly, aping off of symbols used in Silent Hill games. It's basically a combination of some of the church symbols in the Silent Hill movie and some of the Silent Hill Homecoming cult symbols, as well as some original things like the Halo of the Sun from Silent Hill 3, which has like a 3-circle variation kind of similar to this, but with these extra parts kind of tacked on. So again, very similar.
Pure. I know it hurts, but you're doing
AKA
really
ripped off
well, Joy.
symbolism.
Now I need your other arm, the wrist.
Not even symbolism, iconography.
What? You didn't respond to our other therapies. This is the only way.
Stuff like this. This in the background, the big like circle with all the spikes. I feel like that is straight out of Homecoming. Like, it's been a little while since I've played Homecoming, but I feel like there is something almost exactly like that in the church in Homecoming. But yeah, very similar
everything
stuff.
the Foundation, what you've done for me, but I can't.
You have to stay and finish the oath. I know you're scared, but...
Rachel, let go of me.
You can't keep running from this. The blight has to be cut out or it
Rachel,
spreads.
let go.
So one of these ongoing, look at her face like stretching out and her hands clipping into the shoulder. We're also going to get distracted by these horrible animations the whole way through. We need to try and stay focused on the story. I'm trying, man, but it's such a dumpster fire. So she's mentioning this ongoing thing where it's part of the Foundation's beliefs that sins, I guess, are, or whatever they refer to as being blighted, that you have this blight inside of you. I don't know if it's necessarily sin, or I wouldn't be surprised if it's trauma. That's the whole buzzword of this stupid shit. So your trauma, your blight, whatever is inside of you, and they believe in, bloodletting, ritualistic bloodletting, to relieve that blight. And now that she's actually had her hand cut, Joy is like, I'm suddenly not so into this as I thought I might be.
Oh!
This isn't just about you. You have to finish the oath.
Get the hell away from me!
So the way that she phrases that also, this isn't just about you, implies that, she's not a good person. They don't have necessarily good intentions. This is not necessarily just about healing Joy's blight. There are other motivations present, most likely, whatever, sacrificial, or just to increase their the number of their cult members. But obviously there's more going on than just she's trying to help Joy.
Rachel?
And they fuck up doing the oath and
What did you do,
summon
Joy?
a monster.
I didn't...
Because that's just how this works now. Monsters just show up. Previously in Silent Hill games, usually there's like a very distinct idea of kind of the other world. A lot of fans kind of differ on how they think of it, whether it's like an alternate dimension, or like my personal theory on it is that it's more of reality warping and changing around people. But nevertheless, it has like a distinctive transition from what is typically normal to what is otherworldly. And here there doesn't seem to really be any distinction happening. Things just show up. Suddenly people are in crazy, rusty Silent Hill world. Suddenly monsters just show up in people's kitchens or whatever. Like it's all over the place. It's super inconsistent with how any of this sort of works. Whereas like in previous Silent Hill games, you can kind of break down
rules for how monsters work, how manifestations work, how the other world works, based on context of how you interact with things throughout the story. In this, it's just all over the place. So it's hard to know when there's actually a monster there or somebody's just having crazy visions, because that's also part of the story. Anyway.
What did you do? Please, make it stop.
Let's just take a good look there.
What did you do, Joy?
I didn't... What did you do?
Oh, come on, that's not the frame I paused on. Well, fine.
What did you do, Joy?
I didn't... What did you do?
There we go. It's basically the vagina face monsters, the creepers, crawlers. Crawler? What are they called? Homecoming. Again, this basically feels like Homecoming 2. Lurkers. That's what they are. Lurkers. God, my brain. It's being melted by Ascension. I'm forgetting important information like Homecoming to make room for Ascension in my brain. I'm sorry. But yeah, not. Does it have titties? If only I could hide the UI. That would be a really nice function to add in the future. Genvid. It'd be really nice if we could hide this gigantic fucking UI that blocks most of the screen.
Please, make it stop. I'll do anything.
Great Purifier, grant us your protection.
So as to what that creature is, I know it has like a name that has been confirmed because there's like stickers and stuff of it. She is praying to the Great Purifier, what she refers to as the Great Purifier. And she, I think, refers to this as possibly being the Purifier because, as Xavier will point out later, it's described as like being covered in vines and things like that. And, well, it's going to use those tentacle vines on Joy here.
And hold us in your loving embrace.
Make it stop! Make it stop!
Joy, you need to listen to me.
Joy, finish the oath. Now!
So this, like, 3 seconds, when I mentioned the community changes being very, very minimal, this little, like, 3 seconds here between Rachel saying Joy finish the oath and Joy immediately dying afterwards. Tangler or Tangled Soul. Thank you, Lord Ransky. But yeah, Tangled Soul. So it might not necessarily be the Purifier like she thinks it is. So that's probably going to come up later. It's one of the things coming up now already with Krista doubting what Rachel had seen and how she interprets what she's seen. But the community chose that. Look at that face. The community chose that option that Rachel would tell Joy. That was the very first choice anyone got to make day one, was what does Rachel say to Joy? And the community chose for Rachel to tell Joy to finish the oath. But no matter what was chosen, Joy was going to die here, and the scene will play out exactly the same no matter what.
Free of sorrow.
The scene is called The End of Joy. Yeah, like, exactly. So that happens. Monsters show up. They were performing this cleansing ritual, and it went wrong. And a horrible monster showed up. I know all about that. When I finished Book of Memories, I tried to melt the cart and do a cleansing ritual of my own for the future Silent Hill games to be better. And then a monster showed up called Ascension. So it's basically, you know, real life, which makes it scary. Meanwhile, in Norway, Stildalen, which I've been told, I'm sure pronounced wrong, and I've been told translates to Silent Valley. So, you know, subtle. We now pick up on the Johansson family, which is apparently in this small hunting and fishing village, like the most hated family, specifically their matriarch, this character Carl here, his wife Ingrid, who is currently terminally ill, or at least very, very ill, with some unspecified illness. This might sound familiar, like I'm describing the plot of Silent Hill 2. And yes, it's basically that. Remember Silent Hill 2? Remember killing your wife? They basically
No luck today, little one.
They basically put Ingrid in Mary's pajamas. Like, we'll see it in a moment. So Carl comes back into the Johansson family house. He's a farmer. You know, he's been going out trying to hunt rabbits, which is why he comes back in and says, "No luck today, little one," because he can't hunt any rabbits. He's not catching any rabbits, and there have been wolves howling and showing up around his farmland.
I think wolves scared away all the rabbits.
Mama, he can hear you. So what if you can...
The little kid there, by the way, is his grandson, Orson Johansson. And, well, I'll let you see the scene for yourself.
He's a useless little shit.
So first of all, we have this dialogue with Grandma Ingrid saying he's a useless little shit sitting around with his dollies all day.
They're too loud!
He starts covering his ears, you know, yelling that they're too loud. He starts rocking back and forth. I think they are very much trying to play up things like autism spectrum or something similar with Orson. And I'm really worried that's not going to be very tastefully handled. It's already kind of getting to that point with one of the later episodes, more recent episodes, where he bites another kid at school and gets suspended. So yeah, I don't feel good about this or where it's possibly going.
You should go play in the yard. You don't need to hear all this.
Come on, Orson. Time to go.
You're not staying for dinner?
She can say what she likes about me, but she needs to leave my son.
So, yeah, obviously she's getting pissed off about... This is Astrid, by the way, Carl and Ingrid's daughter. Remember, there are wolves. Send the child outside. Yeah, that's a really great point, Necromancer. He just came back in after hearing wolves around and suspecting that there are wolves nearby, scaring the rabbits away. So tell the small child to go play outside. Sinistar Aries, welcome. Said First time in chat, so you can't do that in Norway casually, using guns and hunting. There are specified times of the year for certain animals. Just wanted to add that. Hi, recent lurker here. Thank you for that extra information. I actually know what time of year this takes place. Later on in another episode, we're going to see a calendar that shows that it is September the 13th, 2025. So I don't know if there's like a specific time of year there or whatever, but this is supposedly like a small fishing village. I don't know how strict that is in Norway. Probably my mind is, skewed because I live in the southern United States where everyone has guns and nobody cares. So like the idea of a farmer having a gun and using it to like scare off and shoot predators and things like wolves and stuff, like that's common. That's every day. Like our neighbors do that. Our neighbors have farmland and can shoot, we'll hear gunshots because it's like, yeah, sometimes foxes are trying to get your chickens, man, and shit like that. So yeah, it's not uncommon here, but I imagine in Norway that's probably a lot more strict, huh? But thank you. That's the kind of cultural insight I would not have. But yeah, thanks for that and welcome. Why does this look so tragically bad? Because it's a slap together cash grab. But yeah, Carl's daughter, Ingrid, Carl and Ingrid's daughter, Astrid, getting pissed off, needs to leave my son out of it. Most likely she's had this conversation, had similar insults about her son before, so she's getting fed up.
Out of it.
Stay. She gets cranky this time of day.
And Carl tries to defend her.
Medicine.
She's sick.
You're always defending her.
And we learn throughout the context of this that like everybody in this town basically hates Ingrid Johansson. Carl is frightened of her. The few people who aren't, they even specifically say the few people who don't hate her are the ones who are frightened of her. So we don't even know her entire history. We don't even know the significance of the Johansson family to the rest of this village or why the family is like this. They haven't even gotten that far into the story yet, but that's what they're setting up.
She's sick and scared. That's all.
You'll have to start standing up to her sometime, Papa. You can't keep...
Are you back? Get up here, now!
Well, go on. She's waiting.
Ingrid? Then...
So you can see here in the bottom left corner, almost obscured by the UI. It's literally Mary, yeah. Like, remember Silent Hill 2? Although instead of a pillow, Carl uses a syringe. It's 2025. He's a modern man and has modern solutions. No pillows for Carl. So Carl chooses instead to use a syringe full of morphine. I assume because it seems very blatant.
Carl!
Yeah, they even do like a nice close-up shot of the desk here so that you can see the Pain Away Max painkillers. And these painkillers, this icon is like obscured, but just from this little top part of it, I think that's the Green Lion from, like, as in Green Lion Antiques, Silent Hill 1. This little part right here looks like where the lion's ear would be, and this would be the top part of the mane. I don't know if we have a better asset shot or if we'll see these later, or I might just be overanalyzing, but I think that might be a little part of that icon there. Daily news. Box of tissues. Ribbed dildo, all your typical sick person things that they keep on the nightstand.
Something's wrong.
Nothing's wrong. You're just having another bad night.
I can't breathe.
Lie back. I'll bring you water.
So she knocks the tray over with a syringe.
Who's calling?
And I have to point out, Promise Reprise from Silent Hill 2 is his ringtone. Hopefully you can hear that well enough. I don't know if the audio is loud enough. I'll turn it up a little bit more.
I'll bring you water.
Who's calling? Mette? Oh, that fitter.
No, it's not Mette. It's Astrid.
So his phone starts ringing, and obviously he's a Silent Hill fan. It's his favorite. Silent Hill 2 is his favorite game, which is why he chose to kill his wife Ingrid like this. Maybe that's it. Maybe Silent Hill exists in this universe just like as a video game series. People just know of it, so he's a fan of it, and he just has a ringtone, and he got a real good idea of replaying Silent Hill 2. He just played the Silent Hill 2 remake. So Hellraiser, yeah, exactly. It's Hellworld. It's Hellworld. So Mette I don't know if anyone can translate for me. Is Mette like a typical name, or is that like a word? Because she thinks that it's, I assume somebody named Mette. That she's saying, you know, oh, you're just waiting for me to die. That presumably he's having like this affair with someone. I'll go back and let it replay.
Who's calling? Mette? Oh, that
This also fitte. I'm sure I'm saying some horrible words by asking for what they translate to. I'm going to learn all the Norwegian swears by the end of this. That's the C word? Gotcha. So, yeah, cool. Not only is chat on Silent Hill Ascension ruined by people posting slurs and stuff, are they going to trick me into saying horrible slurs in Norwegian while I analyze these cutscenes and don't know what they're saying? Horrible.
fitter.
No, it's not Mette. It's Astrid.
Lies. I see everything. How she looks at you. You're both waiting for the sickness to take me.
Hi, Astrid.
So yeah, she thinks that Carl and whoever Mette are waiting for her to just die so that they can be together or whatever. I don't think we've seen this character at all so far in this whole week. But now Astrid, presumably much later during the day, Astrid was here earlier with her son Orson. She got pissed off at Ingrid, took Orson and left. And now she's calling a little bit later on.
I'm sorry I upset Mama. Can you put her on the phone?
And she's apologizing.
Quite tired.
Should I come by again?
I've got it handled.
The way he says that, he might as well have said, you better do something about that cough. I've got it handled. Yeah, he killed her. He fucking kills her. I think they're painting that up to be pretty obvious. It's Silent Hill 2. Remember Silent Hill 2?
Handled. You've never had anything handled. I did everything for this family. I worked, I cooked and cleaned. And what did I get for it?
Drit. Ungrateful children, a useless husband, and this...
Thanks to Tassadul in our community, who was translating for me on the previous days where we were watching. I know at the very least, Drit is shit.
Damn.
So
I'll be gone.
So she starts complaining, you know, I did all the work. I worked and cooked and cleaned, and what did I get for it? You know, shit, nothing. But on top of that, she also says, and this damn, and then starts coughing and doesn't really further elaborate. So I think they're trying to literally pull the exact same thing as Mary, where she's dying of some unknown illness. They're just not going to specify what. Oh yeah, her face. Yeah. So again, behavior helped out a lot with these models and cutscenes and animations and things like that. And her face and everything. There's a recent addition a little while back to Dead by Daylight of a killer called the Skull Merchant. And you get a pretty good look at Ingrid's face here, right? And give me a moment to show you the Skull Merchant. Sorry, 1 second. DBD does have Silent Hill characters, but specifically behavior is a big part of the development team for Silent Hill Ascension. So a lot of the animations, possibly a lot of help with the character models and designs and things. There's varying credits and things when I look into it, because there's a lot of stuff that shows J.J. Abrams' Bad Robot Studios as being like ahead of the art direction. And they also had a smaller indie studio coming in and doing some of the, I think, like cleanup animations and stuff. But I think a lot of the modeling and stuff itself most likely came from behavior, especially because it looks very, very similar to a lot of behaviors like character trailers. Whenever they add a new character or a new chapter, there's usually like a higher quality rendered trailer that plays when you open the game. And a lot of the visuals of Ascension look very much like that. It's a very similar animation style and graphic quality. So just an interesting thing I thought I would point out. Very, very, very similar looking character face and model.
And you'll do what you always done. Hide. You will lie to our daughters. Tell them it wasn't your fault. But they'll see through you.
So, you know, she's going through all of this knowing like, okay, if you are the one who kills me, your daughters are going to see through you. They're going to know that you're a coward. I'm not entirely sure this is happening. I can't tell if she's legitimately just this much of an asshole and just yelling at him because everyone seems to treat her like she's this type of person, or if this is Carl like internally thinking over, like, if I do this, my daughters will see through me, and he's sort of projecting it to himself through Ingrid yelling at him.
See their father for what he is. A useless, filthy little coward.
Especially because they keep doing this weird camera effect. Every time they do this like zoom, fisheye, blurry camera effect, it's usually when they're implying that a character is having some sort of a vision. We're going to see later on in other episodes. So even more evidence that I think this might not be actually happening in real life.
You'll tell them you loved me. Maybe they'll believe you, but then they'll find out. They'll learn it was all a lie. You loved her. Always her.
So yeah, again, I'm assuming she's referring to Meta, whoever that is. I still don't think we've met this character.
But she'll never love you back. No. Who would ever love a Yavel such as you? Only.
Again, quick translation there, thanks to Tassadul when this episode aired live. I know Yavel was supposed to mean bastard, I think. Some kind of equivalent to that.
Me. And look at what I get. This is your fault, Carl. It's your fault.
Wolves again. I'll need to take care of it.
Yes. Go handle.
Now, this is a weird thing to talk about, but I feel like this is a good scene to really kind of point this part out again. Listen to the voice acting and the delivery.
Wolves again. I'll need to take care of it.
Yes.
Voice acting is a touchy subject, right? When it comes to Silent Hill, because even when it comes to the original games, there's a lot of debate between fans on how good or not good, some people consider the original voice acting. And there was a certain kind of quality to like Silent Hill 2 especially, where everyone sort of talked like they're in a David Lynch, episode of Twin Peaks, where everything is sort of spacey and dreamy and weird, and emotions and inflections change very abruptly. And some of that, according to Jeremy Blaustein and members of Team Silent and some of the voice actors and actresses themselves, some of that was intentional in order to make a character seem distant or focused on something else. In the case of James Sunderland, Guy Seehey specifically, said he was given direction that James is only thinking about Mary. So in scenes where he's talking to Eddie or talking to Angela or anyone else like that, he's never really too focused on what's going on there. His mentality was always supposed to be, sort of like, yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to go look for Mary. Like, he just wants to politely get through the conversation, not really thinking about it, and paying attention to it. So it comes off as very detached sounding and things like that, according to Jeremy Blaustein and according to Guy Seehey, like that is intentional. But then you also have things that are not intentional, where it's like Silent Hill 1, the weird voice acting and spacing was, a limitation of the hardware. They had to split the audio files down into little bits, and you had a Japanese audio, designer who didn't speak English, who was putting too much of a pause in between certain words and sentences and certain interactions because they're all separate little files. So like there's lots of variation on, what's intentional, what's not. Now, listening to this, I feel like the direction given is supposed to be you're coming out of a delusion. You're not quite sure if you're back in reality,
It's your fault.
And you sound very vacant. Go.
Wolves again. I'll need to take care of it.
Yes.
And cut. So it doesn't sound good. It just sounds bored. It just sounds like you're reading the words on the page in front of you so dryly that there's a lot of people who are skeptical that all of this is even voice acted and that some of it might be AI. And I almost wouldn't be surprised, because the scene variations have to be made. And we know now that those branches do exist because they've failed to make those scenes or display the correct ones live. So we've seen alternate branching pathways already, and we know how very little the scenes actually change. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they, most of it is voice acted, but once you have 10 hours of this Carl voice actor's lines in your databanks and you feed that into an AI, and then you're going through and you're making these alternative scenes with very, very minor dialogue changes to them, where it's just a matter of a character slightly saying a phrase differently or a little bit different wording on something. You could do that realistically with that. You take your recordings of your real actors, but then your fill-in stuff can be sort of like AI done. And that would explain a lot of the inconsistencies with the voice acting, because there's times where it does sound a little bit better, but then there are times where it really does sound strange, like not intentionally, like they were directed to sound weird, like it sounds unnatural. Sorry, that was a really long rant on this one little part. We have
Go handle it.
14
Go
more
and
episodes to
hide, you
watch,
coward.
but this is going to be a long one.
Go.
Saturdays are always going to be the long, in-depth recap. So now we're back outside. Carl's going out. He's going to go. He hears wolves howling. Maybe he might be imagining it. It might be delusions. It might be monsters making wolf noises. We don't know anything yet. Can I just say, as far as monster design goes, I really, really liked the lying figure in Silent Hill 2. But I'm so sick of seeing it now. Maybe I'm alone on this. Maybe everyone really loves this thing. But I am so fucking tired of this creature being in every single iteration. Like movies, Homecoming, Origins. Like Silent Hill 2, I liked it and I enjoyed it as a design, and it was an interesting thing specifically in that context, but man, I'm just so sick of seeing this thing. It's just scrawny humanoid that screeches and wiggles around. It's been so overused. And the fact that this shot happens where it seems like it's just standing there seems almost comical. Like, compared to the introduction in Silent Hill 2, James, like, not quite getting a look at it. It's pretty obscured by the fog. And, it wanders off into the fog to where you kind of do have that, what did I just see? Am I really sure that it looked that way? Here, it's not really that obscured. You see it and you immediately know what it is, because that's what they were hoping for. They were hoping for fans to be like, yeah, it's the lying figure, everybody. I recognize that. And there's probably a lot of fans who maybe do like this. Like, I might be alone on this, but yeah, you know, I'm sick of seeing this. And it's very funny just seeing it like stand there. And it's going to be even funnier when we see it start moving and the animations are all weird and the models are like stretching and scaling unnaturally. Also, pay attention to the rifle that's in Carl's hands here. So he goes outside. He starts hearing Orson yelling out from the fog, calling out for Grandpa. Orson? You can see the ball, and it's like rolling through a puddle. It almost just kind of looks like it's clipping into the ground. Again, lying figure just kind of chilling there. Barbed wire. Orson? Is Orson dead? Not yet. But spoilers, in the trailer, they're blatantly asking. We see a character blatantly saying to Astrid, or Astrid saying, "I didn't kill my son," or whatever. So he's not dead yet. He's not dead in the story yet, but we've already seen it in the trailer. So obviously he's having a delusion right now, right? You know, he's out here, he's hearing things. He's hearing Orson, he's seeing lying figure, presumably. Maybe we're the ones seeing it and he's not. They're not very clear about that kind of stuff. And he starts hearing Ingrid yelling out from behind him at the house, saying, "Stay away." And it looks like there's something up here in the window as well. Yeah, you can see there's some creature standing there in the window. Remember Downpour? Remember when Murphy first talks to Howard Blackwood, and there's the wheelman, the wheelchair monster, Officer Coleridge, sitting up in the window. I think it's either a collector or Carl. I think this is probably the collector or something that they're hinting at. The Carl Lecter. Yeah, that's probably the collector or one of these creatures that's being hinted at. But I think in a more literal sense, Carl is just killing Ingrid. This is all a delusion, and it's how his mind is blocking out him killing her. All right. So fawn, I think I've been told, is just fuck. That's the translation on that one. And now we actually get to see this thing in motion. And oh boy, these animations, man. The gun is gone. The rifle just vanishes when it cuts from one scene to the next. The models are like... Did anybody watch the Berserk, like, not the old original, like, early 2000s Berserk anime, but they made another Berserk anime back in, like, what was that? Like, 2016 or something? 2017, where it was like really shitty looking, like they look like little cardboard cutouts that would just move up and down on the screen when they like walked away and stuff. It looks like that. Like, look at this thing moving after him. Look at Carl moving here. Here's a screenshot. Yeah, it's bad, dude. Like, the more you look at these animations, the more you can really see how rough they are. And it's hard to tell because a lot of them go by so quickly, but yeah. It makes it genuinely hard to like focus on the story. I'm like, we're trying to focus on the story today. But man, I just got to stop and talk about these animations. So again, I think none of this is necessarily really happening. I think Carl is having visions of this, and we'll see Rachel have visions of the same creature and things like that later on to kind of enforce that idea. By the way, look at this maybe otherworld transition. The fog rolls in and the movie Ash, the like movie otherworld effect with all the ash swirling around, or like the Homecoming effect where it was like paint peeling off of everything. Oh boy. Yeah. And then we're just in Silent Hill. Now suddenly we're in like, and this is the stuff where like the lighting, the graphic fidelity, all of this to me looks like behavior. Like this looks like a Dead by Daylight chapter reveal trailer. The camera angle and the lighting and just the hooks everywhere, like all of the sort of visual aesthetic that they chose to go for feels very much like that. Which I don't know. Some people like that. Some people like this sort of visual style for Silent Hill. So at this point, it's more of a matter of opinion. I'm more concerned story-wise. Why are we just suddenly here, right? Even these cuts, like you have the dogs running full speed after him and he's doing this really weak, like slow run trying to get away from them, and they close no distance. It cuts directly from the dogs being like right behind him to him getting to this elevator door, and now the dogs are just like approaching slowly. We've got these flying figures. I don't care that these all have new names and stuff. These are just sniffers from Silent Hill 4. These are just lying figures from Silent Hill 2. We're just going to call them like they are. But all of these creatures are sort of like surrounding him, but the scene, like, it's such an awkward transition here. It's like, oh shit, look how fast it is. But somehow it's not catching up. The perspective makes it look like they're running in place. And they're like right behind him, and he runs up to a dead end because he's got to hit this button for the elevator. And then there's nothing anywhere near him. It's just, it's like my brain's trying to watch it like a TV show, and or like a movie, you know, which is what the developers said you should be able to do. You should be able to ignore all the interactive and community aspects of this if you want, and just watch it like a TV show. So that's kind of the mindset for this experiment on Saturdays. We're just going to watch it like a TV show. And I watch a lot of TV, you know, not really a whole lot of TV shows actually, but I watch a lot of movies. Specifically, me and my friends and, you know, my girlfriend Rachel, we watch a lot of really bad movies. We find it fun to watch like really shitty B movies and stuff like that. We watch, you know, Neil Breen movies. I'm not talking. A lot of people, when they hear bad movie, by the way, they think like Tommy Wiseau, like The Room is such a bad movie. I'm talking about worse than that. I'm talking about the like super low budget. Yeah. Last Vampire on Earth, Vitaly Versace, you know, stuff like that. Suburban Sasquatch, Dave Waskovich, you know, those types of bad movies. Neil Breen. So we watch a lot of really shitty things. And one of the things that you kind of get used to like picking out when you watch bad movies, sometimes the story's really shitty and it makes your eyes kind of focus and your brain kind of focus on other aspects than the story that's going on. Because if the story's well written and the movie's well done, it will keep you engaged and you won't notice like flaws. This is not engaging enough for me to not realize how horribly edited it is if you are to just be watching it as a TV show. It is so jarring and so abrupt to keep track of anything going on from one cut to the next. Like every scene transition, your brain has to just like completely readjust to what you're looking at. And it's so hard to focus on the actual content of what you're seeing because my brain is just like, why is this camera angle like this? Why is this thing over here now? You know, it doesn't flow very nicely. And just like that, again, we transition right back up into the room. So he's in the exact same position up in Ingrid's bedroom from right before he said, you know, wolves, I've got to go take care of them. So I think from that point forward, we were not really seeing Carl go off and do what we watched him do. I think at this point, Carl got the syringe, got the morphine, injected Ingrid, and she has now died.
Ingrid? Ingrid? Oh my God. Oh my God. I tried. I'm sorry.
Silent Hill Ascension, everybody. Love that Downpour style title drop. It feels like the intro to Downpour after the bus crash. And it shows and it slams the Silent Hill Downpour logo in your face. Yeah. They really thought people were going to be watching this and that see that happen and then have the title drop and have people be like, oh, what's going to happen next? And realistically, if you're watching this the way I'm watching it through the recap, through the VOD, you're just kind of like, what? What's going on? Who is that? Oh, okay. I guess she's dead now. Like, you're too confused to be hype. Like, you're not, it's not capturing interest enough for you to care when they throw this like, oh, title drop, big cliffhanger moment. What's going to happen? And if you're watching this when it happens live, you are constantly bombarded with a giant user interface telling you to vote for choices, and it's obscuring what's happening in the episode. So you're confused as to what's going on because you can't fucking see it. You're constantly trying to click shit out of your way. You're like, get out of my way, users. Get out of my way, fucking voting interface. I don't give a shit what default names are voting for these things. And by the time you get it out of the way, which blocks subtitles and blocks the screen, like, by the time you get back to it, like, these are little tiny episodes. They're only, a couple minutes each. These little episode blocks. And when you've got a fucking UI popping up that takes you 10 seconds to click it out of the fucking way, you just missed like 10% of the fucking episode trying to click shit out of your way. And it happens multiple times. So realistically, you're spending like 30% of every episode just going, get out of my way. Get out of my way, stupid voting poll. It's so bad, dude. All right, moving on. So you'll notice these are our two locations. Hope's Junction in Pennsylvania, where the church, the cult, the foundation is, and where everything is going on with Rachel Hernandez and Joy's death, and that all of that happening, and then the village in Norway, Stillvaden, Silent Valley. We'll just call it Silent Valley. So, yeah, Erie County. So we're near Lake Erie. Pennsylvania, Hope's Junction. And, yeah, neither of these places are Silent Hill. And I know I said I'm going to focus on the story, but this is an important part of the context of this story and why it is written this way. So really quickly, we need to talk about this. We're not in Silent Hill. This does not take place in Silent Hill. It's a Silent Hill game with no Silent Hill in every sense of that phrase. And it's intentional. This is the future of the series, the way that the current overall producer for the franchise, Motoi Okamoto, wants it to be. So he has stated in interviews, and Jacob Navoke and other people have as well, that they, in order to keep Silent Hill going as a franchise and maintain what they think, maintain people's interests, they have to grow outside of the town of Silent Hill. They need to have stories that take place elsewhere in the world because they feel too confined trying to write stories that revolve around just one town. And they both mentioned in interviews in similar ways comparisons to Resident Evil, where they say, okay, Resident Evil doesn't always take place in Raccoon City, but nobody has any trouble with Resident Evil. So why does everybody have such a hard time with Silent Hill being somewhere else? So that is the mentality from Motoi Okamoto and the overall direction of the Silent Hill franchise is they want to expand outside of the city of Silent Hill. So here's the thing. Resident Evil is not called Raccoon City. I'm explaining a very simple concept here. All of you, I'm sure, are on the same page, but in the off chance that Jacob Navoke's in chat, Resident Evil, also known as Biohazard, is not called Raccoon City. Nobody ever had an expectation for the games to focus around just Raccoon City. You can have a Biohazard in any part of the world. Umbrella can make a bioweapon. in any part of the world. It is part of the story that Umbrella is a massive global corporation that affects things all over the world. So obviously Resident Evil can go outside of Raccoon City. It was always intended to. Silent Hill is about a town, a physical location called Silent Hill. The most important character in Silent Hill is the setting. It's the town itself. You can always do things that are outside of the town as long as it relates back to the town. You can have things like the intro to Silent Hill 3 taking place somewhere outside of Silent Hill because Heather was literally born there. She has a god that is exclusive to the power of that town growing inside of her and basically takes a piece of it with her wherever she goes. It's explained why that happens. And once it's explained, you go back to the town to resolve it. Silent Hill 4, Walter is from there. He's in the fucking wall of your apartment, which is, again, similar to Heather. Like, he is the cult using him, trying to be a vessel for another of their gods. The power is able to exist there. It's explained almost at the very beginning of Silent Hill 4. Once you go into the subway world once and then come back to your room, there's a red paper that you find behind Henry's bookshelf that explains exactly how the power of Silent Hill is able to be outside of the town, because Walter is performing a ritual called the 21 Sacraments, and once he kills himself, his ghost is able to live on and basically have the powers of the town. You get a note right away to explain why stuff is happening away from the town itself. But overall, this franchise is about this location. It always has to tie back to this location. And the devs don't seem to understand that. Like, the town is the most important character. It is the main focal point. And you're not as limited to that as I think they feel they are. I think there are so many stories and so many perspectives and so many different ways you can explore that space, that power, the history of the town that was intentionally left vague by Team Silent. You can try and fill in those blanks. You can try and make some interesting precursors. You can try and set some interesting stories after everything. They want to do this 2025 story, sure. What would that be like? What would the town look like in 2025 after everything else that we know in the previous games has happened? You know, is it abandoned? Is it being upkept again? Did somebody sweep in and try to clean it up and rename it? You know, like, there's tons of things you can do with that. There's a lot of ideas if you're willing to explore them within sort of the confines of this established lore. And they just don't want to do that because it's a very, very surface level understanding of, well, Resident Evil is successful and Resident Evil is able to do stuff all over the world and make successful things. So we want that money. We want Resident Evil money. So we're going to do the same thing with Silent Hill, even though it's completely different and doesn't work the same way Resident Evil works. They're just trying to follow Capcom's business plan. They're trying to copy the homework, but they fucked it up. They copied it all wrong. Anyway, all that huge rant to say, this does not take place in Silent Hill whatsoever. Our two locations primarily for the story are going to be Hope's Junction, Pennsylvania, and Silent Valley, Norway. Back to the story.
Rachel, please!
Rachel.
So Rachel is, obviously, I guess supposed to be shaken up by Joy's death. She seems to be handling it pretty difficult, Can be hard to tell sometimes with the acting and everything. We have our introduction of another character now, Xavier Candless, another member of the Foundation, somebody who seems to be one of Rachel's superiors, but he's not one of what's considered the elders, which we just learned from today's live episode.
Whoa, easy. You're okay. You're safe.
Is she?
Yeah, so let's
Rachel, please!
Rachel.
Let's take a moment here. We've got
easy. You're okay. You're safe.
There we go. There he is. Motoi Okamoto making a cameo debut. This is his in-game avatar. This is the overall director of the Silent Hill franchise. This is the person who oversees all of the projects currently within the Silent Hill franchise. This is the guy who's saying Silent Hill needs to grow and take place in other places than Silent Hill. So no Asian look for him, huh? Hey, it's his fantasy. Maybe this is the character he wanted. I made my guy look like Zach Baggins. Over here, we've got Krista. Krista, another member of the Foundation who basically just hates Rachel. She's just constantly back and forth with Rachel. Whatever Rachel says, Krista doubts.
Is she? Where's Joy?
The police took her.
Am I?
The coroner believes it was an aneurysm. Natural.
Okay, so I assume this is Xavier, Professor X, explaining to Rachel the cover-up. Because he's saying the police took her and that it was an aneurysm, but we just saw in today's episode, they have Joy's body here in the church, and they know more or less that she died from something other than a brain aneurysm at the very least. Which is why they're questioning Rachel. So I think this is supposed to be Xavier telling her, like, this is the cover-up story,
Natural causes. Rachel? What did you see?
It was... I don't know how to describe it. It wasn't human. Ropes, or more like vines, they hung from it.
Radcliffe.
So we saw the tentacles, but she describes ropes and vines and they hung from it? Did I just not pay enough attention? To me, it looked like it was just standing there. Like the tentacles and stuff were there to kill Joy, but I don't remember it hanging from vines specifically. So I feel like her description of what's going on is not really accurate to what played out. Who's Radcliffe? So Radcliffe presumably is the founder of the Foundation. I assume he is the one who started this cult belief system, because they refer back to his writings in all sort of regards to their beliefs, their stories, and everything like that. We do see a picture of Radcliffe here.
Chapter 7. The purifier came cloaked in roots and vines.
So I guess they're trying to follow their beliefs and their writings of Radcliffe, that what she saw was the purifier, but there's also obviously some doubts to that being actually what she saw.
This is a good thing. A blessing. Joy was blighted, and the Purifier chose you to protect us before it could spread.
Or she's...
Yeah. He seems to justify Joy's death pretty easily there. Because, like, it's weird, right? The devs themselves have said, like, oh, you've never seen a story like this before where you get to see, like, the human side of the cultists. And it's really hard to be, like, empathetic of the human side of these cultists when you have Xavier being like, yeah, Joy died, but fuck it, she was blighted. You know? Like, we don't really give a shit. We don't agree with that. They're very clearly not likable.
Cursed.
Krista!
How can we trust what she says? You know her story.
Good point.
Everything she touches turns to shit.
So this is some more backstory that we don't really have the full scope of yet. So Krista's like, you know her story. Ironically, we don't. We still don't know fucking anything about this story. And we're already 5 days in. But it's only 5 days in an 8-month long thing. So maybe it'll just take fucking forever. Or maybe it'll never ever give you any explanations for anything. Who knows? But we don't know. We don't know the backstory. We just know that Krista, hints at this backstory with Rachel, that everything she touches turns to shit. So obviously there's been issues in the past.
Maybe she didn't even see the Purifier. Maybe it was the...
Do not say that name here.
Voldemort. Maybe it was Voldemort. So yeah. She implies that it's not the Purifier. I think I agree with Krista. I don't think it's the Purifier. I think it's some other kind of creepy monster thing, especially since, again, there's stickers and stuff for that monster, and it's not referred to as a Purifier. It's the, what is it? The Squiggly Strangler or something stupid. It was in chat earlier. Lord Ransky. I mentioned it. And Tangler. Tangled Soul. Thank you. Do not say that name here. Kojima.
This isn't for us to decide. Rachel will testify before the elders.
The elders?
They'll hear your testimony and render a judgment.
Xavier, what is there even to discuss?
So that's the episode that we just saw today, was Rachel confronting those elders. And we're in the process of seeing how that plays out. There's Matoyo Okamoto's character hanging out in the background. Them cameos.
Joy is dead.
He's part of the Silent Hill canon forever. People are going to be watching this like a TV show 10 years from now. And he's there. He's part of it.
And she's responsible.
Krista, enough! Rachel, the elders can help you, but you have to tell them the truth. Lies breed blight. Joy was blighted. I can't lose you too.
They're really vague about this whole blight thing too. Lies breed blight. So is it just sin? Is it just when you do bad things? When you touch yourself, are you blighted? If you lie and cheat and steal, do you get blighted? They're not really specific on this so far.
But what if I'm not blessed or cursed or
blurst?
What if this was all just an accident?
You witnessed a miracle tonight. How could that be an accident? Now go home. Spend time with your family. Meditate on the teachings. I'm sure the right words will come to you.
So now we cut over to the King Wash Coin Laundry. Possibly a reference to Stephen King. I mean, it's just kind of I could imagine a laundromat being called King Wash. But, you know, maybe, might be a reference. We can see there's like some familiar symbols and things here that are part of the Foundation's like propaganda posters and stuff like that. And most likely, confirmed now because we've seen it. But this is a laundromat that's owned by Rachel and her husband Eric. So this is their laundromat, and obviously they've got their cult propaganda shit up on it and things like that. Absolutely no peddlers, no agents, no solicitors. No smoking either. Closed on Sunday because they have church. They have cult meetings to attend.
Hey, you missed the mess.
One thing that's a little bit weird is there's information for these characters outside of the game. There's character portrait like profile things that were posted through like social media and stuff leading up to Ascension's release. And they've never once in the last 5 days said this character's actual name. His first name, based on his character information, is Alonso Hernandez, and this is his wife, Rachel Hernandez. They call him Eric. His nickname is Eric. How does that happen? How do you get Eric? And I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too hard about it. But like I'm of mixed heritage. My father was of Mexican descent, and I've grown up in some, around Texas with a lot of Mexican friends and know Mexican culture, Mexican families, and especially with Mexican families, if you're like visual, like if you look Mexican but you act very Caucasian, I could see like older Mexican family members, like your uncle or whatever, your name's Alonso, but they just call you Eric just because you look white. Like that's kind of how Mexican families are. And that's what it feels like for this character. So I don't know. It's a little funny to me.
There was a leak in one of the machines. Rach? Is something wrong?
It's Joy.
Pretty common in Latin America. Is it? Am I unaware like that Eric is like a common shorthand for Alonso? Think it's his middle name that's popular here? It's not. The way they show it in the character card, they don't display it as like it's a middle name. They put it in quotes, like as though it's just like a nickname. It's what he's known by. So I'm not sure. Maybe they'll go into that in future episodes. Probably not. Could be one has to keep their private name secret for non-close family, and they use a separate name for public. We are talking about cult people who act in strange ways. Cult name they gave him when he converted? Possibly. Similar to like when you become a nun, like you take on a new sister, whatever name. That could be. Again, maybe they'll go into the reasoning behind it.
Eric. She's gone.
Or it's like an alias, yeah.
She's gone. And I couldn't do anything about it.
Rach. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we did. We just watched the new Exorcist Believer, me and Rachel. This is so confusing because the Eldritch, my girlfriend, Rachel, is... I'm not talking about Rachel in the game. Rachel. She's Rachel in the game. I'm talking about Rachel and I watching Exorcist Believer. And yeah, there's a whole plot point around that where a woman had chosen her name for when she would have become a nun, but didn't go through with it and never told anyone what that name was. And that was how they knew that a demon possessed the little girl, because they somehow knew her name, her chosen sisterhood name.
I was helping her.
Do other cult members have their cult names? See, no one else's, because like Rachel's character thing, she's just referred to as Rachel Hernandez. It doesn't call her like Rachel Maria Hernandez or anything. Or Maria, quote unquote, Rachel Hernandez. So it's nothing like that. Like the other characters, it's just Eric. It's just Alonso.
Yeah, I know. How did it happen?
You know I can't tell you that. You only just joined the Foundation.
So we get this explanation of, her husband Eric is a part of the Foundation, but he's only just joined. Now, we're going to get into some more detail with this and some other stuff, but what Rachel and I are kind of suspecting, we were watching these episodes the other night, we think, we suspect that they probably haven't been married for very long, which is why he would be new to the Foundation, whereas she is more established. They have a daughter named Faith together, but Faith doesn't really look like both of them. Faith has got lighter hair and like blue eyes, like really bright eyes. And we hear some dialogue later that implies that Rachel did something to ruin a man named Toby Sorelli's life. Toby is Joy, the woman who just died in the ritual, who got tentacle monstered to death. Toby is Joy's brother. So we're thinking Faith might potentially be the child of Rachel and Toby. And then something happened where, to quote Joy later on, she ruined your life. We're guessing disappeared, took the baby, or had the baby without his knowledge, and then married this guy, had Faith, had the daughter named Faith, and then had him join the Foundation. So that's what we're speculating. Let me know what you think. I'll point out those details as they happen in the future episodes.
Well, has anyone told Toby yet? Rach, Joy,
and he's like, immediately, has anybody told Toby? And when they're in, we're going to have a bar scene in a little bit where Eric goes to confront Toby about Joy's death, and Toby punches him, and the bartender's like, hey, take that shit out of here. And Eric says, it's okay, we're friends. So it implies that like him and Toby at some point were like close, like we're friends.
His sister, the only family he had left.
I don't need him making things worse for me. For us.
The infamous Toby scene. There's so many bad animations in that Toby scene.
I'll write a note, and you'll take it to him.
What are you gonna say?
I don't know. A Foundation prayer? It might bring him some comfort.
Toby hates the Foundation.
But Joy didn't. We were helping her, and she believed we could help him too. It's what she'd want.
What about money? His job doesn't pay well, and it'll be difficult to cover the funeral costs.
Toby's proud. He might take it as an insult.
Just give him some money.
I should just apologize.
Sorry we killed your
For
sister.
what, Rach?
Here's $20.
I recruited Joy. I feel responsible for her, okay?
Don't worry, she was full of blight anyway.
Look, whatever you decide, I'm behind you 100%. If he freaks out, I'll try to calm him down, and
This is another thing with the way the dialogue is written that I need to talk about. And I'm going to point it out because it happens a lot. And the longer this goes on, the more obvious it's going to be and the weirder it's going to sound when you watch all of this as like completed episodes after, you know, several weeks down the line. Because here's the way Ascension's essentially, I hate that. Ascension essentially is supposed to work. All week long, you're getting an episode block, not a full episode, just a piece of the episode. So every day you get like the next scene, and that's when you get to make your choices or do whatever. And then at the end of the week, it all compiles into what would make for like one full episode of a typical TV show, give or take. So right now, it's kind of hard to pick up on things because it's only been going for 5 days. But in like 6 weeks, assuming this doesn't get the plug pulled by then, if you're watching like 6 episodes in a row that are all roughly like 40 to 50 minutes, there's a lot of weird dialogue like this because they have to write in characters talking around all of the community choices. So you get stuff like this where
I feel responsible for
you're not sure what decision the community is going to go with for what Rachel decides to do here, right? Because that's a community decision. What's Rachel going to do to explain Joy's death?
Hey?
Look.
We can't have this character give an emotionally involved response to what Rachel is struggling with. She's trying to make a big decision here, right? That we're supposed to care about, that presumably her husband is supposed to care about. Look, whatever you decide, I'm behind you 100%. That's the most non-answer. You think if your wife is going to ask you, like, what do you want to eat for dinner tonight? And you're like, whatever you decide, I'm behind you 100%. No, motherfucker, I asked you for options. I'm looking for input. You asshole. But we can't do that because we're trying to play around these community decisions. So we can't have the character give anything that would sway the audience to pick one thing or the other. So it removes his emotional connection from this scene because it needs to stay open for a community decision. And we're going to see that over and over and over because every single episode block has multiple community-driven decisions. So you see a scene where, you know, Astrid Johansson finds the syringe and confronts Carl about it. And Carl just basically rattles off all 3 community options. He's like, oh, what? Astrid's like, oh, what's this syringe? And Carl says, just get rid of it. And she's like, I can't just get rid of it. It's evidence. So he's like, just put it back where you found it then. And she's like, well, I can't do that either. I still have to decide what I'm going to do with this. I have to decide what I'm going to do with this syringe. So then he says, yeah, whatever. Turn it into them if you want. He has to list every possible option and not sound like he particularly cares about any of them because they're trying to leave it up to the community to decide. And they need to be able to drop in whatever little scene they've got. So it removes a lot of opportunities for us to really care about these characters because they have to, like, their dialogue has to be written to dance around these community choices. And as said, right now, it's not too weird. Once this is like several weeks in, this is going to sound, the dialogue, as weird as it and bad as it already sounds, is going to sound even more awkward, where you hear these characters dialogue dancing around these decisions that are already long since made.
Whatever you decide, I'm behind you 100%. If he freaks out, I'll try to calm him down, and if he's satisfied, I'll tell him it was all your idea.
I know, and I appreciate it. Just let me think on it, okay?
Yeah, okay. Hey. Te amo.
Te amo.
They love each other in Spanish. It's so sweet. I don't care about these people at all. We still don't know who anyone is. It's bread. There you go, Silent Hill fans. You've been waiting for it. Subreddit losing their mind.
Why are you sitting in the dark? Papa, are you okay?
I didn't get a good look at it.
Okay, so earlier I talked about the voice acting and how awkward and weird a lot of stuff is. And this is another one where, again, I don't think it's intentionally awkward. And like, obviously he's supposed to be distracted by all the weird stuff that's going on, these visions, and the death of Ingrid is supposed to be impacting him, but like...
Why are you sitting in the dark? Papa, are you okay?
I didn't get a good look at it. That thing that killed the goats ran to check on your mother.
Papa, where's Mama?
Where do you fucking think?
I tried.
Isn't she bedridden? Wouldn't you know exactly where she is? Wouldn't you know what's up the moment you walk in and you don't hear her like screaming from upstairs?
I tried my best.
Orson, I need to talk to Grandpa. Why don't you go say hi to Grandma?
No.
No.
Papa, did something happen?
I tried my best.
Sorry, I want to hear Carl say no again. It reminds me of like when you hold up a guard in Metal Gear Solid 2.
Orson, I need to talk to Grandpa. Why don't you go say hi to Grandma?
No.
No. No.
Papa, did something happen? Oh God. Oh God.
Should we ride the tractor today, Lilivan?
So again, thanks to Tazadul translating for us when we watched this live a few days ago. Lilivan is little friend, I think it was. Why is she so upset? Didn't she hate the old bag? Oh, don't worry. She gets over this instantly. Instantly. Let's count the seconds that it takes her to go through the mourning phase here.
Oh God.
Should we ride the tractor today, Lilivan?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Orson, Angel, don't come in here. Go back downstairs. Oh God, Mama. How did it?
She shoos away Orson.
Papa?
Immediately goes into accusing Carl. She gets over it real quick. Typically in a story like this, like I don't know if you're trying to really show that emotional distress. Maybe they are trying to imply that, like, yeah, she's shocked initially, but she gets over it quickly because she wasn't really that close, and like they kind of all hated her. But again, based on the first scene, we know these devs have watched the movie Hereditary, and I think about the scene in Hereditary after the brother gets home after the sister dies in the car. Sorry, spoilers for Hereditary. And he just leaves the body in the car, and he like goes upstairs and goes to bed, and it goes to the next morning, and you hear like the mom downstairs talking like, I'm gonna go to the store, I'll be back, blah, blah, blah. And you hear her like close the door, walk out, open the car, and then you hear her react. And then it just like cuts to her like losing her mind on the floor of the bedroom. And they have to do this like, it just goes on and on and on. And then it does like a time jump to the funeral, and she is still wailing and losing her mind. It's almost like a comedy cut because it implies like she never stopped. Like it would have taken hours, you know, or days to go from that moment to the funeral, but you still, you know, are impacted by it so heavily that she's just losing it. 10 seconds, man. You could have done 10 seconds of her crying and then like a fade to black and then go pick up on the Hernandez family and then cut back to the Johanssons like hours later when everybody calmed down, right? Instead, they have to squeeze everything into these like little tiny daily segments. So you don't get time to let people like marinate on emotions and things that happened in the story, because you just got to keep going. You got to keep going. You got to get to the next community decision. You got to get to the next scene. So you're not like giving any of these characters, any of these scenes room to breathe. And it makes everything come off so weird and rushed and stilted, unrealistic.
Did you?
It's not my fault. I tried everything I could. I really did. I took good care of her.
Tried what? CPR? Did you even call the paramedic?
I'm sorry, I'm very distracted by the character model when she says CPR.
I tried everything I could. I really did. I took good care of her.
Tried what? CPR? Did you even call the paramedics? I need to call an ambulance now.
So much uncanny valley in the facial animations.
I'll wait with Orson. The ambulance should be here soon.
So now we've got a little bit of time passed. He said he called the ambulance. He goes downstairs, waits for Orson, however long it takes for the ambulance to arrive.
Okay. Let's get the place looking presentable. Mama would kill me if we let them see it like this.
Also, I don't know why my brain didn't really click on this either. We keep seeing all these TVs, and like this, I just caught it because there was a VCR there.
Ambulance should be here soon.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a VCR there.
Mama.
There's like, you see it at the very beginning too. The nice big fat TV and VCR on top, very nostalgic. This takes place in 2025. This is not set around like when Silent Hill 2 happened. You know, they had the old TV and the VCR and stuff was the aesthetic for Silent Hill 2 because that game was made in 2001 when people still had TVs and VCRs that look like that. But we have a timeline for this story. We see a calendar later. We know the exact date. It's September 13th, 2025. He's a Super Mario 64 runner. He's a competitive Smash Melee player. That makes perfect sense. Carry on. We've figured it out.
The ambulance should be here soon.
Okay. Let's get the place looking presentable.
Who said it's
Mama will kill me if
2025?
we
The
let them see it
calendar
like
in a
this.
few episodes from now. I'll pause it. I'll point it out.
What's this?
Oh, that's your mother's pain.
Because I've got a gripe with that
She didn't
calendar
take
as
any
well.
Injections. What did you give her?
It's just... I was just trying to help. That's all.
Paramedics are coming, Papa, and police. If they see this, what do you think they'll say?
So this is what I mean. This is a choice. This is a community choice. If they see the syringe, what do you think they'll say? So the whole community is supposed to decide, what does Astrid do with the syringe? Now, Carl should be feeling a particular way about this. If he suspects that he might have been the one responsible for killing her, then he would feel presumably some guilt about this and have like a preference on what should be done with this syringe. But because this is a community choice and they want to leave it open to the community without influencing their decision one way or the other through the character's motivations, they want the character, or excuse me, they want the players, the people watching and interacting to like shape these characters, right? So they don't get to be characters themselves. They have to be moldable through those community decisions. So this is where we're going to hear Carl just rattle off all three of the community decisions very clunkily.
Just get rid of it.
Just get rid of it.
Papa,
That's option
this
one.
is evidence. I'd be incriminating myself.
Then put it back where you found it.
Put it back where you found it. That's option
Maybe they
two.
won't even see it.
Papa, did you have something to do with Mama's death?
If you want to turn it into them.
Turn
so
it
be
into them. That's option three.
I would never hurt your mother.
But you see what I mean? Like, because they have to write that into the dialogue, it makes Carl's response to her confronting him with this very crucial piece of evidence of something he presumably just did, or at the very least is still in the process of like blocking out that he has done, that he should be reacting to this in some way. But he can't, because the community has to decide it. And it makes these interactions just feel so unnatural. Is this the old woman's room? That might explain the VHS CRT. Old person has things, I guess. It's fine. It's fine. It's just a minor, it's just a little gripe, you know, whatever. All I'm saying is my mom's in her 70s and she don't play on no Smash Bros. Melee TV. She's got a smart TV.
Astrid. I think the ambulance is here.
So again, we see the like that camera style with all the distortion. Also cheap jump scare. With weird animations. But yeah, we see more of these sort of like fuzzy background visions. So they're very clearly trying to make this distinct separation between like things the characters are actually experiencing and things that they're just seeing in their head or having hallucinations of.
Astrid. I think the ambulance is here. I should go downstairs.
So this is all canon then? There's no such thing as canon.
Silent Hill 3 is canonically the sequel to Silent Hill 1. Everything else is standalone and non-canonical. We'll just simplify it like that. So here we've got Toby recreating his favorite scene from Silent Hill 2, which also happens to be Jacob Navok's favorite scene from Silent Hill 2, which is the Silent Hill 2 mirror scene. They did they brought him on for the pre-show on day 2. Was that day 1? That might have been day 1, where they were like, rapid fire. Yeah, that was the pre-show of day 1, where they had Jacob and they were like, rapid fire, what's your favorite scene from Silent Hill? And Jacob was like, the bathroom mirror from Silent Hill 2. So here you go. It's poorly recreated with Toby. And he's listening to a voicemail. He's listening to the last voicemail from his sister Joy before she died. Yeah, day 2 was the meltdown.
Would it kill you to answer your phone? Look, I know how you feel about all this, but the Foundation's really helped me. Rachel's helped me. Anyway, tonight's a big night for me. I'm a little nervous. And wanted to hear your voice, I guess. Please don't hate me. I'm happy.
Damn it.
He had a meltdown? What happened? Exactly. Yeah, let's kind of like, all right, would it kill you to answer your phone? So Toby is painted up to be like, he's the alcoholic fuck up of the town. And everybody seems to know that. And clearly there's something that has happened in his life that drove him to that point. Most likely because of Rachel, something Rachel has done, according to some dialogue we get from Joy's ghost, a demon pretending to be Joy, something later. We get some dialogue saying that Rachel was responsible for like fucking up his life. So a little bit more to still be learned there. Know how you feel about all this.
But the Foundation's really helped me. Rachel's helped me. Anyway, tonight's a big night for me. I'm a little nervous. And wanted to hear your voice, I guess. Please don't hate me. I'm happy.
Damn it. Come on, come on. Don't do this, Joy.
So we can see it's the same creature, vagina face, from the scene where Joy dies.
Joy.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I thought I just caught a detail. Is that his beer or is that beer already there? That's already there. Okay. There's a beer just sitting on the sink. And I was like, wait, did he walk in there with that? Like, did he set it down when he washed his hands? Because I noticed it was still there when he left. And I'm like, wait, I was about to make a joke, like, wait, you forgot your beer? And then I was like, wait, did he even walk in with that? But no, it's just there. The free bathroom beer. Gotcha. My favorite. Who the fuck leaves a beer on the sink? You think that's bad? One time I've seen people shit in the Uranus.
Damn it. Come on, come on. Don't do this, Joy.
Hey, there's Greg Miller. So day 1, they had some guys doing the live stream pre-show leading up to Ascension's premiere. And this was one of the live streamers. So here's his in-game character making a cameo as bartender.
Last call, Toby.
This is Joy. Tell me something nice, and I'll call you back when I'm
Shit.
Why is it are we supposed to think this is like sinister? What's with this music sting when we see Eric's hand? What's with that, like? Also, what's the sign back here say? Chicken? I think it's just kind of some like generic stuff, but I'm just seeing if there's anything interesting in the environment. Nope. Jump scare hand. It's like the Pop-Tart jump scare from the Silent Hill Revelations movie.
Toby, I need to talk to you.
Yeah, you do. Your wife is pulling my sister deeper into her goddamn cult.
Wonderful. Perfect. I 100% believe that you're drunk. This whole scene, there's so much. It's so bad. Like this, I mentioned earlier, like Rachel and I like to watch bad movies. My friends and I like to get together and have bad movie nights and stuff. And this feels like watching a scene out of like an old shitty bad movie where there's just so much wrong so quickly, like between a weird dialogue delivery and like weird things happening in motion.
I need to talk to you.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do.
Your wife is pulling my sister deeper into her goddamn cult. And it needs to stop.
She's dead.
Rachel?
No. Your sister. Joy.
No. Joy's fine. I just heard from her.
I'm so sorry. I
like the sign in the back, the neon sign, just beer. Not even like a made up brand or anything, just beer.
You need to know Rachel and I both really cared about Joy.
You're serious? How did it happen?
His reaction, thinking that Rachel was dead, was odd too. Lends more to my theory that they were a thing. Oh, he thought Rachel first. And he still kind of sounds like upset by that. Obviously more upset by Joy, but
I'm not sure.
What do you mean you're not sure?
Rachel said it was some kind of accident. Wanted me to give you this.
What the hell is this supposed to be?
It's a prayer.
Is the game not running well, or is the animation and video oddly choppy? It's just odd, choppy video. Like, supposedly, whenever everything is like said and done, they're gonna do 4K re-uploads on YouTube. But for now, it looks pretty bad, and I doubt the 4K stuff will probably be any better. It'll probably still be choppy and weird, but we'll see.
For you, from the...
What's the consensus of this? Worst thing ever to have Silent Hill slapped onto it. Did I miss the Matoyo Okamoto cameo? Yeah. You just missed Greg Miller. Although he's got another line. Greg Miller's cameo has one more line here. He's going to say, "Take that shit outside."
Foundation. Rachel thought it would bring you some... I don't know. Comfort.
Comfort? Are you fucking kidding me, Hernandez?
She said Joy would have wanted you to have it.
Hey, take that shit outside!
What the hell?
See, you hear the bartender, the cameo in the background. That's Greg Miller. that shit outside. That punch is like the weakest punch animation. There's so much wrong with it. I did a frame by frame when the trailer first launched, and we were analyzing a lot of these clips because most of this stuff was in the trailer. And like the hand clips into the jacket, and you can see where the zipper is like in front of Toby's arm, where like the layers for the models are not on the correct layer, where like stuff that is supposed to be in front, like Toby's arm, because he's closer to the camera.
Are you fucking kidding me, Hernandez?
I'll see if I can pause it,
you to have it,
but you can't really do frame by frame. Yeah, it fucks up if you try and like
comfort.
Pause at a particular moment, which makes this even more annoying to try and do.
She said Joy would have wanted you to have it.
Hey, take that shit outside. What the hell does Rachel know about what Joy wanted?
It's okay. It's fine. We're friends.
See, he says I assume he's talking to the bartender here. The line delivery makes it just sound weird and misplaced. Like, it's okay, we're friends. Are you trying to convince Toby that you're friends? It sounds more like, I guess you're telling the bartender, like, it's fine, we're friends. We're just fucking around. Like, we're not really fighting. AI, it could be. I don't know. People are speculating that it could be AI. I think there may be a chance, like, especially considering they've gotten all of these hours. Let's say you record 10 hours of dialogue for actual actors in some of the scenes, but then you need to do some like little variation dialogue. How, you know, nowadays you just take your 10 hours of recording for that actor, you feed it into the AI, you type out your text prompt for what you needed them to say that you forgot to get them to record while you had them in the booth. And I could see him doing that. But I don't have proof. So tinfoil hats, everybody. But yeah, there's a lot of dialogue that sounds weird. It might be AI generated or partly AI. Nub, is this more torture than Book of Memories? Yes, easily. Especially if it manages to do its full run, because we're going to be doing this every night. There's new episode blocks every single night for the next 8 months. So, yes, this is far more torture, and it's only just begun.
That's what I fucking think of a prayer from your wife's cult.
Look at this animation. I know today's supposed to be the story recap, and I'm supposed to be doing all the deep analysis where we're only paying attention to the story and not criticizing the animations and everything else around the dumpster fire that is Ascension. We're trying to just focus on the story narrative, the characters and everything, right? But look at this animation. Look at him sit down at the bar.
A prayer from your wife's cult.
What's his hand go up to? What's with the weird little head turn? To me, it reminds me of like NPCs in Oblivion when they like go and sit down at a chair, and then they like pull out an item to interact with. They pull out like the big loaf of bread and take the bite. Like one more time, just. You can hear the servos.
Xavier? Krista? Hello?
Now we have a Resident Evil dog. Also, I'm pretty sure I've heard that sound effect somewhere before. like that like high pitched clicky sound there, and I know it's in my head. Like sounds so familiar, and I'm like, what is that sound? Why do I know that sound?
Hello?
Like, what is that? I know I've heard that. I don't think it's from Silent Hill. Like, I don't think it's a reused Silent Hill sound, but I feel like I've heard it it's like from a movie or something. Kind of like Demogorgon. I think that might be it, Websters. It sounds kind of like the Demogorgon in DVD. Or Stranger Things, I guess. Yeah, but...
Hello?
Let's hear it one more time. Yeah, exactly. Behavior worked on a lot of this, the animations and things like that. So who knows how many things they may have used or recreated similar things. Okay. Raptors in Jurassic Park 3. Yeah, kinda.
Hello?
So, real quick, the cinematography there, the big like zoom in on the eyes. We noticed this, and I called this out a couple days ago, where I was like, what's with all these really claustrophobic shots? A lot of this is framed in such a way where it does a lot of these really tight close-ups on people's heads and faces. And someone in chat pointed out, like, it's so they don't have to animate other stuff. And I'm like, actually, yeah, that kind of makes sense. You don't have to animate, you don't have to rig like everything on a model. If you don't show the whole model, you don't have to animate a bunch of stuff in the background if you just do those really tight, close shots. So I feel like they were able to kind of get away with hiding a lot of stuff behind doing these really tight face shots. Look at that Resident Evil dog. It's like a cross between a Resident Evil dog and like kind of a sniffer dog, the slurper tongue dogs from Silent Hill 4. What is that, mouth morph? Yeah, when you look at those animations frame by frame again, it's hard to do on here, so I'm not going to keep going back on that. But yeah, we've done it. We've gone through frame by frame on like the YouTube trailer and stuff that shows those animations, and stuff is weird. Models contort in ways that their like skeleton rig was not made for, and it makes a lot of really awkward animations. We see it in the character models too, where like their feet will sometimes snap and like twist unnaturally. So,
Rachel, is everything all right?
Again, these like super tight shots.
More visions? The Purifier has more to show you.
The Purifier keeps showing you dogs from Resident Evil. I don't know. He seems convinced it's the Purifier. I guess that's his own wishful thinking.
Our gift.
They don't
Kristen knows it's bullshit.
Even Radcliffe himself was frightened by the things he saw.
Another mention of Radcliffe.
But while others
Here we get to
saw
see him. So yeah, it's like an old-timey portrait. That's supposed to be Radcliffe. So I'm guessing this is just like the founder of their cult, the founder of, the foundation. It sounds stupid to say out loud because the Foundation is a really terrible, stupid name for a cult. They were trying to go for something that sounded like the Order, and it's a stupid name. I'm sorry. It just is. I know that's not valid criticism according to Jacob Navoke on Twitter, but it's dumb. But yeah, so this is Radcliffe. This is the person writing or who founded their beliefs system, their cult, and wrote all of the books that they consider their scriptures and teachings and stories. So the guy in the beginning is not Radcliffe. No, that's obviously someone else who we just haven't been introduced to yet, I think.
Monster, he saw salvation. Our order is not for the faint of heart, but I've never had to work.
I feel like they intentionally work that into the dialogue as well, multiple times, where their cult is called the Foundation, but they refer to themselves, I mean, as an order that is, you know, grammatically correct, but I feel like it's done multiple times as like supposed to be like a, hey, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, remember the Order?
Worry about that with you. I always knew there was something special about you, Rachel. And now the Purifier has shown me I was right. Something to share, Krista?
What if you're wrong? What if she did see a monster?
The Pestilent.
Xavier, you...
So now we also get some references to what this monster could potentially be. Rather than it being the Purifier, like Xavier wants to believe it is, and Rachel kind of seems to want to believe it is. She suggests that it could be a creature, and there are creatures in their beliefs as well. And they mention the Pestilent. Now, this is obviously not as bad as whatever Krista was going to say earlier, where Xavier like wouldn't even let her say its name, which I'm guessing is the Collector. We've heard the devs mention the Collector. There are like stickers and things built in the fucking game that you can get that mention the Collector, but we haven't seen it like in the actual story and stuff yet.
You know why we came to this town, what we're here to do. Can we really risk everything on a feeling?
Faith, Krista. And until now, my conviction was all I had to keep us, this whole damn town, safe. But now I have more than that. I have proof.
Blessed? Cursed?
Blurst. So Xavier implies that their organization, this foundation, is also not only just keeping themselves safe through their beliefs or whatever, but the entire town. All of this, all of Hope's Landing, Pennsylvania. Because none of this takes place in Silent Hill, by the way. This has absolutely nothing to do with Silent Hill.
I honestly don't know what I believe right now, but Joy is dead and somehow I'm responsible.
Even though it's called Silent Hill Ascension.
Joy's lack of faith was the true culprit. Don't let her doubts become yours.
Homecoming? It's Homecoming, but worse. Homecoming I could buy because it's like this town's right on the other side of Toluca Lake. I'm like, okay, I get that. The power would probably still affect your everyday life when you're just on the other side of the lake. They're in Pennsylvania.
Joy's brother. Did you speak with him?
I sent Eric to break the news. I sent him a Foundation prayer.
And?
He tore it up and punched Eric.
And you were expecting a different response? Everyone knows how much Toby hates the Foundation. Toby needs to be dealt with, Xavier.
Yeah, so Toby already has a history with the Foundation, something that they did even before, like, indoctrinating Joy. So we still don't have the full scope of like that history there. But there's little bits and pieces that they're hinting at so far with the dialogue. I'm sure we'll find out 4 weeks from now.
He'll only cause problems for us.
Yes, I know.
There's more. Eric's been asking questions.
Can't you just put him in his place like you usually do?
Eric is only an initiate. Initiates are impressionable, but also unpredictable. That makes them dangerous.
He's also my husband. You've always taught us that marriage is a temple built on trust.
So again, they're kind of reiterating that Eric is new to the Foundation.
By the purifier. Eric won't understand that. You'll have to figure out how to field his questions without putting us at risk. Can you do this?
I can try.
I'm certain you can.
I like how the to be continued tomorrow text is like built into the episode. It's like the graphic was not only shown live. So it feels a little bit weird to show that when you're going back and rewatching the whole thing as a TV show, which is something the devs said that you're supposed to be able to do. That's the whole pitch, is that like you can interact with it if you want to, but otherwise you can just sit back and watch it like a TV show. So that's kind of the point of today, is to like ignore the other aspects of this shitty dumpster fire and just sit back and watch this terrible TV show. But I don't know, it's weird. They show the to be continued tomorrow. Here we get some more cameos.
Would you like some coffee or something?
I gave up coffee when I was pregnant.
So the detectives. Oh, I see. These are the cameos. Zach Baggins and Lady. Anne Cunningham. But this is a recurring main character. I was a little bit confused about this when we were watching today's episode. Can you imagine this fucking nonsense being confusing? I'm doing my best here. But, yeah. So You Never Said and Paradoxtopus. Also, if you are real people, You Never Said, Paradoxtopus, if you're real people, if somehow through fate you're watching this live stream or watching this on YouTube, if you're real and not a bot and you actually won to get your cameo in, could you like message me or something? I'm curious if any of the people who have cameoed so far are real people. Cause like I've been following this pretty closely, right? I follow everything that the devs are saying on like Twitter and stuff like that. And I search, like, you would think that someone would make a big deal about it. Someone would post on Twitter, like, I got to be in. And, you know, Jacob Navoke would be all over, like, retweeting that shit to be like, see, look, this is what you can experience if you get to cameo in our show. It seems like they would be trying to hype the fuck around that aspect, right? Because I suspect none of these are real. I suspect that any of these cameos are like bot generated names.
I never went back. I understand Ingrid had been feeling ill for a while.
That's right.
Was last night worse than usual?
I'm not... I'd have to think.
There will be an autopsy.
So we've got the detective grilling Carl. Carl already looking suspect and guilty. They're saying there will be an autopsy, so they go on though.
So we'll have answers soon enough.
To point out, like, nobody likes the Johansons.
Strong, feelings about your wife.
Yeah. Many I spoke to had strong feelings about your wife. So clearly nobody in this town in Norway likes the Johansons. Like, they're very
She's not even buried, and people are already dragging her
adamant
name.
about
She had her
enforcing
defenders.
that information.
Mostly those who were scared of her.
She had her defenders, mostly those who were scared of her. And when she refers to Carl, she's constantly just calling Carl a coward who would go and hide. And his daughter Astrid was always giving him shit, saying, like, you need to stand up to her. And so basically, it seems like in this town, there's really only two kind of people when it came to their relationship with Ingrid before she died. People who hated her and people who were scared of her. But we still don't know the extent to, like, why the Johansson family is hated so much.
And I think it's safe to say most in this town would
Other
celebrate
than
one less
Ingrid being a
Johansson.
mean old lady.
I could barely even find someone to do the autopsy.
It's a small town. Grudges live longer than people.
And you, detective. Are you glad to see one less Johansson?
I loved her, Detective. I shouldn't have to prove that to you.
I guess I'll take your word for it. For now, anyway.
I've had enough of this. Where in...
So that whole thing, I guess I'll take your word for it, for now anyway. The reason why we have to add that little piece of dialogue in is because that was a community choice that hasn't been decided yet. What will Astrid do with the syringe? Will she turn it in or whatever? So we eventually get to that in a later episode, but because it hadn't been decided yet here, we get more of that awkward dialogue that sort of dances around the community choice.
Morning.
If I have other questions, I'll be in touch.
You know where the door is.
I'll walk you out.
Your father's memory may be hazy, but mine's not. I know what kind of person Ingrid was. If there's something you're hiding, either of you, you need to tell me.
See, like, everybody
We'll find
seems
out either way.
to imply, like, I know how she was, couldn't find anyone to hardly even do the autopsy. Everyone hates the Johansons, and we just don't really know why yet. So here's our first look at Rachel's daughter, Faith. And we get a little bit better look at her, you know, that's not so out of focus and weird. And first of all, she's a very strange looking child. Very weird character model. It looks like an adult human shrunk down. Like, children have very particular, like, proportions. Their faces don't just look like adult faces, but small, you know? And this character model just looks strange. Like, they shrunk down a normal human character model to try and look like a child. Nice lava lamp. Trying to see what these toys are. She's got some kind of like a little wooden figure there. Okay. So I mentioned the calendar earlier. That's coming up. We got lying figures. Just suddenly, you know, she's having delusions, visions, whatever again. Lying figure walking around outside of her window.
Ah, shit!
She's blighted.
Is everything okay?
Yeah.
She cursed.
I just...
Okay. So here is the calendar. Depending on how you're watching, I don't know how clear of a view you have of this, but if you look at this really closely, it says September 2025. So this is why we know the timeline, and I've got a little bit of a problem with this. So it says September 2025 here. You can see there's like a line drawn through here where August would be ending, and where September 1st is, where September starts. So you can count through the days of the calendar and see that you are here on September the 13th, 2025, which is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, according to this calendar. Now you can look at a 2025 calendar right now. It takes you probably 2 seconds to pull it up on your phone or whatever. And you'll see that September 13th, 2025 is a Saturday. Is it a Sunday, Mercurius? I thought it was a Saturday. Very minor complaint, but also, like, if you're setting it in the not too distant future, if you're showing a calendar to show a date at all, wouldn't it only take you 2 seconds to look at the fucking date, to pull it up and see that it's correct? I don't know. Minor complaint, but at the very least, we have a timeline. It is Tuesday, September 13th, 2025. Maybe it's set in 1925. It doesn't just say 25 right here. It says September 2025. Anyway, we do have a date. We know what day it is.
I burned myself.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Hey, about the thing with Toby?
One of my favorite things in Silent Hill games, children's drawings. Just got to point it out on the fridge back there. What's the over-under? Did an artist draw it, or is it an actual drawing from a child? Or is it AI generated? Place your bets.
I didn't get you in trouble.
Place your community vote with influence points.
With anybody at the Foundation. For what it's worth, I think you were right to send him that prayer. Maybe some small part of it got through to him.
Xavier's dealing with bigger problems than Toby.
Joy's death? You never did tell me what happened.
Joy died during a ceremony. It was just her and me, and then we weren't alone. There was something else, something right out of Radcliffe's writings.
Oh my God.
But you can't tell anyone. Xavier needs this to stay quiet until we can figure out what really happened. Understand?
So this was a community choice here, where you got to decide what Rachel actually says to Eric. Like, is she honest with him? Does she lie? Whatever. So she actually does tell him what's going on, and that is still having an influence on, like, the episode we saw yesterday. So it shows that some of the decisions that you make will affect supposedly more than just that scene that you're immediately influencing. So, like, later down the line, if something else happens because of a choice made several episodes ago, they put in, like, a little thing up at the top while you're watching it live that says, you know, you are watching this because 4 days ago, the community voted on option B or whatever.
Stand.
Oh no! It's the monster from Amnesia. I'm very torn. It's a cross between the monster from Amnesia and the Faceless from XCOM.
Stay quiet until we can figure out what really happened. Understand?
Oh, it's Bag Boy. I finally saw enough of the detail to recognize it. We see that creature during the Endure segments, where it's just sort of like a dude with claws wrapped up in a bag. I'm just going to call him Bag Boy.
Rachel? What's wrong?
I saw Bag Boy. Are the Endure segments canon? No. They are completely identical scenes that are just a gimmick to try and get people to interact and influence the characters' hope meters, which supposedly will have an effect on like how they handle decisions in the story later on. So you might consider it part of the like choice influencing process, but the actual like running through the nightmare from the monster segments, none of these characters ever acknowledge that they ever do that in the story. So I don't think those Endure segments are meant to be canon. Do you like Silent Hill Ascension? No, this is easily the worst thing to ever exist that has Silent Hill in the title. I'm at a point now where I think we're going to have so many new people coming in. I just need to have like a pinned message or a chat command or something. Cause yeah, we're getting a lot of, it's the nature of things. We're going to get a lot of repeat questions, but it's all right. But no, I hate this, but it's my job to cover it. So we're covering it.
Rach!
We need to go to the Foundation. Now.
What? Why?
Go get Faith. I'll pack.
I have no faith left. This exists.
Rach,
oh, you mean our daughter, Faith?
Eric, I know this brings up bad memories for you.
Okay, I know this brings up bad memories for you. So she mentions this little throwaway line that hints at some sort of traumatic past. It's trauma. Nub trauma. But it hints at this like thing that must have happened with Eric.
Go get Faith.
They're seeing monsters. They're leaving their home. They're going to go to the Foundation Church because they think it's safe.
Rach, it's the middle of the night. And
Eric, I know this brings up bad memories for
bad
you,
memories.
but we're not safe here.
Well, what do we tell Faith? I guess.
So this is another community choice. So we're about to see once again, clunky dialogue where the characters have to state all of the options that the community could potentially choose from. So what is Rachel going to tell their daughter, Faith? Option 1, I guess we could lie and say it's a sleepover.
We could lie and say it's a sleepover. At least you wouldn't be scared.
Xavier doesn't approve of keeping the truth from children. We can tell her a story from the scriptures.
Option 2, we can tell her a story from the scriptures.
Xavier keeps copies in his library.
Some of those stories are pretty scary, Rach.
Eric, you're not helping. Look, we don't have time to debate this. I just need you and Faith to do exactly what I say.
Or you just tell her to deal with it. You just tell her, you just boss her around and say, just listen to me, do it. So those are your 3 options. And the dialogue is just, there you go. Those are your community choices. And funny enough, this is the choice. This is the setup for the community choice of what do they tell their daughter, Faith. This is the sequence that when they showed it live, they showed the wrong scene.
It'll be better for everyone.
So when we get to that episode, I'll point that out.
Out again.
Eric, go!
Yeah, okay.
Then we've got the next one at the bottom of the bottle, focusing on Toby. So Toby found out that his sister Joy is dead, and he's drunk and wandering in the woods somewhere.
Hello?
Also, sorry, I keep getting so distracted by the fucking animations. Is the grass in the foreground like sliding out of place? Hello? It is, isn't it? Like it's moving separate from the rest of the ground. I just realized that, like, as it was zooming, I'm like, that looks weird. it's in, I see that it's supposed to be like water, but it looks like it's sliding towards the camera rather than the camera zooming in. It just looks like it's sliding through the water. It's on the wrong parallax layer. Yeah, like I don't know how to phrase that correctly, but it looks strange. It's not like moving with the rest of the environment.
Hello?
Obviously, I don't have to point out how awkward these character animations are. Like, just look. Just look. Okay. I heard this before, and it's really so he's listened to this voicemail multiple times. In a previous episode, he listens to it, and then he's listening to it here in the woods. Now, any of you, like, it doesn't really do it anymore with cell phones these days. I guess it might, depending on the circumstance, but like older cell phones and older computer speakers and things like that. Have you ever like left your phone next to a speaker and started getting a call or a text and your speaker starts making noise? It's like, I'm going to turn the volume up here. Listen to the sound effect at the very end of her dialogue for the voicemail.
Tonight's a big night for me. I'm a little nervous. Wanted to hear your voice, I guess. Please don't hate me. I'm happy.
I'll do it again. You might need like headphones on. I've got headphones on. But it makes that sound. It makes that sound at the very end of it.
Tonight's a big night for me. I'm a little nervous. Wanted to hear your voice, I guess. Please don't hate me. I'm happy.
Like right at the very end. And it doesn't do it the first time he plays the voicemail. But right at the very end, it does that like sound. Just a little detail that I picked up when I was watching it before, and I was like, why is his phone getting like interference? Why is it making... At first I thought it was my phone affecting my headphones or my speakers, and I'm like, that's weird. Like that doesn't normally happen. And then I realized it was in this as I was watching it. So yeah, weird. Little weird thing I picked up on. Insignificant, but still stood out to me.
You couldn't even answer your fucking phone.
Joy?
You never cared about me. That's why I joined them. To find a real family.
This isn't happening.
Then open your eyes.
Oh, God!
That was the indication? It's the radio stand-in? That's supposed to be the feedback that's letting you know, like, an otherworld monster thing is nearby? Because Joy, Monster Joy, Delusion Joy, or whatever is here, so do you think it was intentional? I mean, if it was just a fucked up sound effect, it would always play on the voicemail, and we don't hear it the first time, so I guess it's supposed to be intentional, but why not make a more, like, distinct, noticeable sound effect if you're trying to mimic like the Silent Hill radio type of thing? Yeah, I feel like it would be louder if it was intentional. It's weird that it would be that sound also, yeah. Because that's a very particular sound. Anyway.
God! Joy!
There's Joy. There's Joy's corpse. And when they showed this live, by the way, this is supposed to be a big reveal, right? Toby confronting the corpse of his dead sister Joy during this crazy delusion out in the woods. While this happened, I didn't know what he was reacting to, because a giant pop-up happened right here, covering this much of the screen, telling you to vote. Vote on a choice. The UI pops up live, constantly telling you to vote on choices. And they had it pop up immediately when it showed Joy's corpse. I just thought that was super weird. Like, this is supposed to be like a big moment. Why would you have your UI blocking it?
Wait, what? This isn't real. Get your shit together, Toby.
We both know that'll never happen.
Even she gives him shit.
You're just gonna stand there?
Because he's apparently, you know, the
they
town
did to
drunk,
me?
the fuck up.
After what she did?
Rachel did this?
First, she screwed you over.
So again, little hints at some sort of relationship or something between Toby and Rachel in the past that we don't know about yet. First, she screwed you over, destroyed your life.
Destroyed your life. Then she took mine. She needs to answer for what she's done, Toby. You deserve the truth.
Rachel, the Foundation, they won't say a goddamn thing. I warned you about them, Joy. But I'll show everyone what they did. I can prove it now.
Proof? Even if you had it, who would believe you? Or Toby Sorelli, the town drunk, the fuck up.
So that's supposed to be his sister, and yeah, she's like mocking him. It's a demon monster delusion or whatever. But presumably they have the same last name too, right? Joy Sorelli, unless I don't know. They're maybe not necessarily, but
then what do I do?
It's weird. The dialogue's weird.
Tell me what to do.
Badly written.
Burn it down.
It's awkward.
All of it.
Let's burn this motherfucker
can't.
down, Pookie.
They'd kill me. Joy, please. Joy?
Cirelli? Yeah, probably Italian. Looks like a subway. Looks like assets. I know it's not supposed to be, but I don't know. Interesting setting. It's like a bus stop. Oh, it's science lab, of course. It's her science lab, because I forgot. Astrid Johansson, this episode, Mother's Medicine. Astrid Johansson is a neuropathologist, and she is using her science smarts to examine the syringe that she found in her mother Ingrid's bedroom.
Structurally, the liquid in the syringe appears to be an opiate. Morphine.
So she's able to just look at this shit in a microscope and be like, this is morphine. I'm not a scientist, but any scientists out there, can you confirm? Can you look at a syringe, like sample under a microscope, and have enough information to determine that it's like morphine? I'm not a scientist. It seems to me like you might have to run other tests to look at like chemical composition and stuff like that. You need to do more than like look at a microscope. I'm pretty sure that's not how that works. I'm not a scientist, but I don't think that's how that works. Yeah, okay. I am a scientist. This is not how this works. Thank you, Diablo Lord. I appreciate your input. You need far more than a microscope. Thank you, Blood Blossom.
She wasn't prescribed morphine.
She has the exact same ringtone as Carl, both of them are Silent Hill fans, and both of their ringtones are Promise Reprise from Silent Hill 2. I'll play it again.
Morphine? She wasn't prescribed morphine. Hello?
It's only a couple of notes. They don't let it play on as long as it did for Carl, but they both have this, same wallpaper as well. So her and Carl both have the same wallpaper on their phone. They both have the same ringtone, which is Promise Reprise from Silent Hill 2. I feel like this is that kind of detachment of the devs. Maybe it's just me as a fan. Maybe this is a personal thing that I'm an outlier, and a lot of other fans really enjoy this kind of thing, where they're like, I know that song, I recognize that, and they like that. I find this shit so fucking annoying. They try to do this for things like Downpour, where they squeeze in a couple of seconds of Yamaoka tracks on radios and jukeboxes and shit like that in the environment. And like, the devs of those games like Downpour and like Ascension and stuff like that, they don't seem to realize that that music is good because of the context. Like, when you hear Promise Reprise during the Angela Orozco scene in Silent Hill 2, it sets the tone and the mood for the scene, which is why I like the song as part of that scene. But just like sticking it into something else just for the sake of like, here, remember this. I find that so annoying. Again, maybe there's a lot of fans out there who love that kind of shit, where they're just like, hey, I recognize that, and that makes me feel good. But to me, that's just like, ugh, it's so tacky.
Hello, Astrid. This is Mrs. Stavig. I'm one of Orson's instructors.
Mrs. Stavig. So this is back in Norway. So of course, this is the Johansson family again. Here we get like no accent whatsoever. Like, so far they've been kind of trying to play these characters sounding somewhat I'm not from Norway. I don't have a lot of experience hearing these accents and dialogue, but they've been having most of the characters in this setting sound like they're speaking with an accent, and now we have Orson's instructor.
Is everything all right?
With like no accent whatsoever.
There was an altercation between some of the kids today. It's hard to say who started it, but Orson bit another student. I'm afraid you're going to have to keep him home until...
It's hard to say. Orson could have been pushed or provoked. Maybe it was self-defense.
So Orson bit another child. Orson bit somebody at school and gets suspended. And again, going back to the earlier comments from Ingrid when she was yelling about Orson and the way Orson was responding by, saying that it's too loud, covering his ears, rocking back and forth, focusing on the toys and things. It very much feels like they're playing Orson to be on the autistic spectrum to some degree. And now they're going into like biting and stuff. And again, I just feel like they're trying to represent the most negative aspects of autism. Like, it's not portrayed in a realistic or tasteful light. It's being played up just for this horrible story. So yeah, I don't like it.
Look, we have a very strict policy about
Jacob just tweeted, we got to focus on the story. We're at 7 out of 15 episodes and it's been 4.5 hours. I know we got to talk about tweets. I know we got to catch up on the dumpster fire that is Ascension in other regards. But Saturdays, we got to focus on story. There's too much shit to cover. We have all the rest of the week to go over the tweets and everything else that Ascension is. All this week, we've been talking about this dumpster fire, all the other aspects of it. Right now, today, we got to focus on the story. Orson's getting suspended, everybody.
We're suspending Orson for a few days.
Yeah, just put it all in the Discord in the Silent Hill Ascension thing, and we'll discuss it off camera, off stream, and I'll next stream tomorrow. We'll read them all and go over all that stuff. Cameo, time for another cameo. Tiziano as a lab technician. Look at this beautiful cameo, create a character. Blends in perfectly with the rest of these environments and characters.
Got the report on the C1 cultures you wanted. Everything okay?
Some drama at Orson's.
C1 cultures. Scientists in chat. Is that something that would be like a test to determine what she's looking at? Morphine? Or is that nonsense jargon? Is that technobabble? No. I'm a scientist. This is not how this works. Thank you once again, Diablo Lord. Internet scientists entered the chat. I trust chat.
School. Apparently he misbehaved. But it could have been the other kids who started it, for all I know.
One parent to another. If you let him off easy now, it'll just lead to more bad behavior down the line.
Can't let him off easy. You tell him, Tiziano.
Sounds like my mother. If anyone in my family stepped even a toe out of line, we never heard the end of it.
So again, this is a community decision where you're supposed to be determining how does she discipline Orson after biting a child at school and getting suspended. So we're going to have clunky dialogue that goes over all three possible options once again. Pee-pee Buttman, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Diablo Lord 17. Thank you so much, Pee-pee Buttman. My favorite Hideo Kojima character. Gifting a sub to Diablo Lord. Diablo Lord, my favorite internet scientist. Enjoy the sub. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. So let's hear this awkward dialogue where they very blatantly list out three possible choices that you can vote from.
I never wanted that for Orson. And he's so impressionable at this age.
It takes a lot of work to not become our parents.
So, yeah, suggest just lecture him. Just tell him he did a bad thing. Option 1.
Maybe I'll just give him a good talking to.
In my experience, lectures are sometimes not enough.
So there's option 1.
In one ear, out the other.
What would you do?
Something he'd understand. Like taking away his toys.
Take away his toys. Option 2. Where's his accent? He's an exchange scientist. He just works in Norway.
He'd hate it. And I'm not sure I could handle the tears.
We all have to learn that actions have consequences.
He's from New Jersey. Again, this takes place in September of 2025. And I get it, and it's whatever. It's an old people's house, and they just have old TVs around, but it's so weird. It's very clearly just shoehorned in there because remember old TVs? Remember Silent Hill 1 through 4? Before flat screens were really a thing? Because that's just when those games were made. That was the technology for that time period of the 80s and 90s, and was still in a lot of households in the early 2000s when those games were coming out. It's stuff like this kind of bothers me, you know, where it's clearly there just to evoke the feeling of like those older games, but it feels so out of place when you're trying to make this modern day, slightly in the future setting.
Orson? How about something to eat, yeah?
You hungry, Orson? Orson's over here eating cigarettes. Why is Orson sitting at the... Oh, okay, no, it's the perspective. He's on the floor, and the table is closer to the camera. He's not sitting at this table. It looks like he's sitting at a table eating cigarettes with this perspective.
We have, Oh. Eva. When did you get here?
And here's Ava. I know about as much as you do. I don't know who this is. It's not a cameo. This is apparently an important character. This is one of the ones that also I think sounds the most strange. This is the one of those contenders for like, yeah, this might have some AI dialogue in it. But I have no idea who this is supposed to be. Everyone in this town is supposed to hate the Johanssons. And she makes it clear that she's not like part of their family, because she's going to start telling stories and stuff about her family, which is obviously not this family. When did you get here?
Mama kicked me out of the house again.
Mama kicked her out.
Okay if I stay?
Yeah, of course.
He's fine with her staying.
What do you have there, Lilleven? You got in a bit of trouble at school, I hear. Well, we'll stay out of trouble here, won't we?
God, Orson's
he beat
ugly.
Someone, huh? When I was his age, I used to bite kids at school too.
Yep. Everybody just biting kids. Listen to that dialogue, though. Again, just like listening to the voice, the deliveries and stuff. This is one of those really weird sounding characters more than anyone else.
Well, we'll stay out of trouble here, won't we?
He beat someone, huh? When I was his age, I used to bite kids at school too.
It's the pacing on it. When I was his age, like AI has a tendency voice to do that, like run everything together, like the spaces between words are too rhythmic and too close together. When I was his age, like, yeah, it's that AI text to speech accent.
Well, we'll stay out of trouble here, won't we?
He beat someone, huh? When I was his age, I used to bite kids at school too.
The way the like inflection stays exactly the same from word to word. It's not so much like just the run on, but the tone not changing from word to word. When I was his age, like was his age I used are all the same. They're all in the same like pitch. When I was his age, I used to bite kids at school too.
Well, we'll stay out of trouble here, won't we?
He beat someone, huh? When I was his age, I used to bite kids at school too.
Grandpa? Where's Grandma?
That's complicated, Lilleven.
You haven't told him?
So Orson's finally questioning what happened to Grandma and points out, oh, you still haven't even told him what happened.
I was his age when I lost my grandma.
See, now she starts telling stories about her family. I was his age when I lost my grandma. Clearly not part of this same family. Like, otherwise, if she was, wouldn't she be like, don't you remember when Aunt Mildred died or whatever?
My papa's mama. Oh, he was so sad. He didn't come out of his room for a week. That made Mama angry.
I really like the way she says angry.
Mama. Oh, he was so sad.
It's so weird.
He didn't come out of his room for a week. That made Mama angry.
That, it just sounds funny. It sounds weird to me. I don't know if I'm being mean towards a voice actor or actress who's just, doing their best. I'm sorry, but fuck, it sounds weird. I can't help it.
I kept asking why Papa was so sad, and that made her even angrier. So
Even
finally she
angrier.
told me
What did she tell you?
what she thought I needed.
Could be doing a downpour, and this is Carl hallucinating his daughter, his other daughter. The mama is Ingrid. They're not doing the hallucination camera effect, so I don't know. Probably not. I think this is actually someone, we just don't know who yet. We're just given this random character with no context.
Needed to hear.
Grandpa? Where's Grandma?
You know that your grandma loves you very much, right? Just like I love you. And your mama does too.
Where did she go?
Well, you see, Lilleven, Grandma, she died.
Am I going to die too?
Yes. It's in the trailer.
Not for a very long time.
I don't think I want to.
It's already been animated. Again, I don't know, just some of these interactions, I'm worried. I'm worried. I don't want to speculate too much because who knows where they could be trying to go with different aspects of the story, but we have like certain aspects that I was pointing out in like the very first shot of the very first episode where they're kind of referencing stuff like Hereditary. And obviously, they probably took a lot of influence from movies and horror and stuff when writing this. And Hereditary kind of plays with your expectations of, mental illness being something that passes from generation to generation. And it's a part of that story. It's a part of Hereditary, but it's also sort of like a subversion to what's actually going on in the movie Hereditary. And if they did kind of take some influence from that, and I wonder if they're trying to do something similar here, where they're implying that the Johansson family has this like inherited either mental illness or something that causes him to seem like he's on the autistic spectrum, and that it's something that applies to multiple members of the family. Perhaps they're trying to go somewhere with that. And that's maybe what they're going to try to tie in to like why they're having this family is having visions. And is it letting them tap into these aspects? I don't know. I hope it's not that. I hope it's not something really gross and tasteless towards mental illness. I've played enough Bloober games for that. We've got to play another Bloober game soon that's going to probably handle that poorly. I just hope this is not also doing that. But yeah, right now it's still, I guess, a little too early to tell.
Don't worry about that now, Lilleven.
Don't worry about that now, Lilleven.
Can you watch him a
We'll
moment?
worry about the tasteless writing later if it
Grandpa's
comes up.
going out to check on the farm. Will you be okay playing with your toys for a few minutes?
Will you be okay staying here with the stranger?
Who is Zane?
And he mentions
The man in the fog.
The man in the fog. What a beautiful music sting. So now we have this introduction to he's talking to something named Zane, who is a man in the fog. It sounded just like Stranger Things. It did. It doesn't it? Like, it sounds a lot like a Stranger Things, like cliffhanger episode end type music or scene end type music. But yeah, so there's something going on with Zane, the man in the fog. So this is the sequence.
Mom.
When they played this episode live, they played the wrong sequence. So the community voted for what is Rachel going to tell Faith? Why are they packing up in the middle of the night and going to the foundation, going to the church? And the community voted for them to tell Faith a story, one of the Foundation's stories. And instead, on the live airing of the episode, they showed lying to her and saying that it's a sleepover. When it happened live, I didn't even realize that they showed the wrong scene because I was so distracted by the UI popping up and covering everything that I wasn't paying attention to the dialogue, and it literally covered up the subtitles. So I didn't know what was going on, and I was like, all right, she's going to read her a story, and then she doesn't read her a story, and I was kind of like, what happened? But I didn't really even realize that they showed the wrong scene because there was so much other shit distracting me during the live experience. It's the big head child, yeah. Again, very weird looking character models in this. The adults and the children. The children look especially weird. So during the live, they showed the wrong scene. They showed her lying and saying that it was supposed to be a sleepover. This is the actual scene that they were supposed to show.
Me, I don't like it here.
I know, sweetie, and I promise we'll go home
So this is
soon.
where she tells
we
her
just need to be here for a little while.
One of the Foundation
I'll
stories.
go grab the rest of our things.
We set up some cots in the meeting room. You and Eric can...
I don't want to stay here.
Remember the story about the girl in the stone castle?
Girl in the stone
Her mommy and
castle.
daddy took her to a big castle so she'd be safe from the monsters outside. And remember who was there to protect them?
The
Purifier. That's right.
Are there monsters outside?
Yes.
Like in the story?
Yes.
Faith, this place is like the stone castle. Nothing bad can get you in here.
Okay.
I saw something again tonight.
Okay. Isn't this song from Shattered Memories, Walking Through the School? I know the song you're talking about. It is very similar in tone, but no, it's not the same song. But yeah, that scene was not the scene that they played live. And I went back and compared the VOD of watching that episode live and watching this, which is what they have for the catch-up video, the VOD essentially, and compared the two. And this entire scene starts exactly the same way, ends exactly the same way, and only this little sequence with these characters kind of interacting is what changes. The two scenes, like the two choices, the two branches themselves, the only part that changed is the exact same length of time as well. So these are basically all just interchangeable little, like, here's a 20-second clip and another 20-second clip that you can just take out and put in any one, and it's not going to be affected. It's not like affecting the entire episode. It's just that one little sequence. That the overall episode, it starts the same, it ends the same, it doesn't really impact anything directly. Now, They're claiming that this will lead to other things that we see later. And we've already seen evidence of that in some of the recent episodes where they call back to choices that were made like 3 episodes ago. And they're like, you're seeing this scene because, you know, the community did this before. But the scene doesn't really change much. That's the point that I'm getting at. It doesn't seem to really affect a whole lot.
The purifier?
I don't know what it was.
At least for now.
Xavier, I'm afraid. Not just for me, but for my family too.
Rachel, you are a walking miracle. The purifier would never let anything harm you.
What about Eric? What about her? Maybe Krista's right. Maybe I am cursed.
Krista is wrong. I'm sure of it.
But how do you know? How do any of us know if any of this is true?
Look at these cameos just hanging around in the background.
The elders will help us make sense of all of this. Rachel, we love you. And we would never let anything happen to you or your family. You believe that, right?
Of course I do.
Good. Now get some rest.
Sorry.
Anything happened to you or your family.
Okay, it's just the highlight on her hair. I thought like the top of her hair like clipped into the camera for a little bit there, but it's just a very awkward lighting. What child stands around like that? It's such an unnatural pose. Is there a single reference to actual Silent Hill in this? Everything I've seen just look like fully original horror stuff with random otherworld stuff. If you completely took the name Silent Hill off of this and it was just called Ascension, you would have zero idea that this is Silent Hill related in any way, shape, or form. It's completely unrelated. It doesn't take place in Silent Hill. It doesn't reference Silent Hill. It's not Silent Hill, both literally in the story and figuratively as a project, as a piece of media. It is Silent Hill in name only. It's got Silent Hill ringtones. Good point. Good point. Never mind. I take it back. They do stick 3 seconds, not even, of Silent Hill music in as character ringtones, as characters' cell phones. Silent Hill enemies, these are all quote unquote original enemies created just for Ascension, even though they look very similar to pre-existing Silent Hill enemies. They're not supposed to be. They're not supposed to be the lying figure from 2, even though they've got a creature that looks just like it. It's not supposed to be the insane cancer from 3, even though they've got a creature that looks exactly like it, you know? But like, if you took any of those aspects, like this has no significant connection to Silent Hill whatsoever. None. There is another Silent Hill sound effect that we hear in one of the other episodes. I'll point it out when we get to it.
Hey, Angel.
Heard you
I
bit
need
a
to
kid.
talk to you about something. You know how you've been staying home from school? That's because of what happened on your last day. Do you remember?
You ask a lot of questions, Mama. Like Zane.
Is that a friend in your class?
Imaginary friend.
Orson.
Story-wise, I'd agree. They're missing the point so far. Does that mean that in some way other than story, you think this resembles Silent Hill? I'm genuinely not like... I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm not trying to like bait conflict or anything. I really want to ask just for people who look at Ascension and see it as being somewhat like Silent Hill. Because I'm a very jaded Silent Hill fan. I've been, growing up with this series since the first game in '99. I've been obsessing about it and researching it and streaming it full time. you know, for many, many, many years. So like, I know that I tend to look at it in a lot more, I guess, detailed, particular way than a lot of other fans might, who, you know, are normal, non-obsessed gamers, right? So sometimes like I want that perspective. I'm genuinely curious if people look at like hear the music or look at the atmosphere, or the way that like the monsters look and the otherworld segments and stuff. If it looks and feels like Silent Hill to a more casual observer, I guess is what I'm saying. No context to explaining itself very well as a casual. Fair. Yeah.
Your teacher said you got into an argument and you bit another kid. Orson, look at me. You bit someone. That's not okay. Ever. Do you understand me? When you hurt people, it hurts you in your heart.
So this is the winning choice. This is the sequence that we're watching because the community was given a choice of how to discipline Orson for biting a child at school. And the community chose to lecture him. So this is the lecture. He looks like he's really taken it to heart.
And it hurts my heart too. You don't want to hurt me, do you?
Astrid, I think that's enough.
I know that was hard to hear. But that ugliness, that's how your grandma behaved. I don't think we need any more angry, mean old ladies in the world. We need more good little boys. More Orsons. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Do you think it worked? Do you think he's going to take that that lesson to heart after the lecture? I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have probably been too different of a scene. I don't know, maybe. I want to see the scene. Where's the alternative branch where she takes the toys away? I want to see that one. Maybe we'll get to see that 6 months from now when they start New Game Plus and go back through all the non-canon branching pathways that everyone didn't vote on the first time around, because that is something that the devs have said they plan on doing. Assuming they even make it to that point, I think there's a relatively good chance that this entire thing gets the plug pulled before it ever actually finishes its full run. I think it's possible. It might finish its whole 8 months, but like 3 months from now, 4 months from now, if you've only got like 100 people who are still interested in this, the novelty has worn off and it's not the newest dumpster fire for everyone to point and laugh at. Even the trolls are going to get bored and stop interacting with it. So by that point, like, it'll probably be too costly to keep it going, right? They wouldn't be getting enough from such a small, you know, number of people interacting, and it could just end potentially. 8 months is a long time. It's a long time to try to keep this thing going.
I can make us some tea. The water's still hot.
No, Papa.
You did a hard thing up there, talking things out with Orson. But I think he'll be a better person for it.
I don't want to hear your review of my parenting skills.
All right. Then what do you want to talk about?
The syringe. The one I found in Mama's room.
There's nothing more to say.
I ran a test on it, Papa.
This escalates and he winds up eventually like reacting to this creature, but it's weird hearing them have this really flat, like, I'm sorry, kind of poorly acted cutscene going on, and then there's just like a monster chilling in the background, like he lives there, like he's a roommate.
Then what do you want to talk about?
The syringe. The one I found in Mama's room.
There's nothing more to say.
And it shows up when she mentions the syringe because, oh, now he's feeling guilt, right? It's reminding him of what he did to Ingrid. So it's like Pyramid Head, you guys. It's his guilt monster. Remember Silent Hill 2? Remember guilt? Remember trauma?
I ran a test on it, Papa. It was filled with morphine. Is that what you were giving, Mama? Is that what killed her?
Why do you bring this up again? Why can't you let it go? I already told you her death wasn't my fault. I did everything for your mother.
Because you were scared of her.
Father, you don't know anything. You don't know what it was like, what she could do, what...
Are you fucking serious? I know exactly what it was like. Every day in this house was torture. And you, Papa, you didn't do a goddamn thing about it.
Father.
So, I mean, it's clearly just Carl, like, having a delusion. And we see that now, but, like, I don't know. This is so bad. It's just framed in such a bad way. It's corny.
I know exactly what it was like. Every day in this
It's
house
cheesy.
was
It's
torture.
schlocky.
And you, Papa, you didn't do a goddamn thing about it.
The creature, like, leaning right over her shoulder and screaming at him while she's yelling at him, like, oh, Lord.
God.
Good throw. Good throw.
Where are you going?
To
Wonderful
get Orson.
animation.
You're not fit to be around him.
Leave the boy, Astrid.
So she says she's going to get Orson and take him away because she's worried about Carl being around him because he just threw a frying pan at her face. Normal reaction. And this is a community choice currently. So what will Carl do in response to Astrid keeping Orson from him is one of the choices right now. So you get the choice of, like, does he beg for forgiveness? Does he argue with her? Demand an apology?
You don't know what you're saying.
I thought all of this shit was finally gone with Mama. I was wrong.
I'm sorry. I don't know what happened.
I've heard a lifetime of empty apologies. I don't need another.
Astrid, please. I'm sorry.
He said he could make them some tea, then looks in the fridge. Who has tea in the fridge? He wanted some milk. He needs some milk. Maybe they put their milk in their tea. Personally, I'm not a fan of milk in my tea, but some people drink it. A lot of people do. Although I didn't see milk in the fridge either. They had like 3 eggs and a wine bottle. That fridge was like so barren and empty when they open it, because they do like a close-up of it. There's like a dramatic camera shot of the fridge being open and then closing. So it's like, yeah, there's like nothing in that fridge. There are 3 eggs. And like a bottle, I think it's a bottle of beer. It just says like hops on it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like Henry's fridge in Silent Hill 4. It's a callback. Oh, here it is. You ready for some Silent Hill sound effects, everybody? So these are laser blast sounds from Gradius And you'll also hear the save interaction sound from Silent Hill 2. So like whenever you interact with the save point in Silent Hill 2 and it takes you to the save menu and it makes like this, like, I can't even try to replicate it, but it makes like a sound effect when it goes to that save menu. So we're going to hear these Gradius noises and we're going to hear that save sound while she's playing this arcade game. See?
Please.
That sound at the end before it says please. That like extended thing, that's the Silent Hill 2 save point noise. And then yeah, the little shooting sounds are from Gradius, which is another Konami property.
Yeah. Please. Make it stop.
Get ready for the jump scare. It's a dryer ghost.
Make it stop!
I can lock up.
So bad. So bad. So just tropey. I don't know. There's some games and things, like if that was in a Fatal Frame, I would be like, yeah, sure, whatever. Like, you do the introduction of the dryer ghost. But it's so weird here.
See you back at the house? I could cook and...
We need to go back.
What?
Let's go, Faith. Grab your stuff.
Wait, Rach. Talk to me.
Mommy? Faith,
None of this is on brand.
Can you go
Ultimately,
check on the
that's the
machines over
point.
there?
Yeah.
Go see if anyone
None
left
of this
anything
is
behind.
Silent Hill. None of this
You
is
trusted
how
me enough to tell me what really happened.
Silent
Joy,
Hill
and you can
typically
trust me
tries
now.
to write story,
tell me.
build tension,
What's going
write
on?
characters, you know,
Hey, look at
set
me.
up scares.
Rach,
None of it is done in anything that resembles Silent
can't.
Hill in any way,
Rach,
at least
come on.
from
It's
my
me.
observation.
I'm not gonna tell anybody anything.
You're asking me to break my oath.
I just want to help.
I said no.
You're right.
Who has arcades in a laundry place? That's pretty common. Although, to be fair, I haven't been inside of a laundromat in probably like 20 years. But like when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, we lived, I grew up in like a smaller apartment and we didn't always have washing machine and stuff that worked. So we'd go to the laundromat and they would have like, you know, Pac-Man. They would usually be like the oldest, shittiest arcade games they could get. But it was like, you know, Pac-Man and Donkey Kong and whatever, you know, like really cheap shit. Oh yeah, like a Neo Geo, one of those multi-game in one, like Neo Geo knockoff cabs. You had Street Fighter 2 at the laundry. Dang, fancy laundromats y'all grew up near. I had to go all the way to the 7-Eleven to play Street Fighter 2. It was a different time, man. But that's not too uncommon, yeah. Seeing the arcade machine in the laundromat. Again, it might be a little bit dated for today. I haven't seen a modern laundromat, but it's something that I recall being a thing in my childhood. Police Trainer? Oh my god, Police Trainer was so good. I used to... The roller rink that I grew up near had a Police Trainer machine that I used to play all the time throughout middle school.
Detective. Please
Detective is back.
Can I get you something to drink?
No, thank you. Well, I'm here. Why did you call me?
I am...
So this is the result of the community choice for what will Astrid do with the syringe. So she had the option to destroy it, put it back where she found it, or turn it over. And the community voted on turning it over to the police, so she gives it to the detective here.
I wanted to show you this. I found this in my mother's room. It's morphine. She wasn't prescribed it, but if this syringe was full, it could have been a lethal dose.
You think your father did this?
I'm not sure.
You should have given this to me earlier. But I understand your hesitation. It can't have been easy.
If it helps us know the truth, do what you have to do.
I intend to.
Yeah, the choices overall don't seem to really have nearly as much of an impact on the story as the devs have said that they do now. But again, it's week one. I'm we'll see how it progresses going forward. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be super impactful the way they claim it to be. Especially now that we've seen two branches, two possibilities for one scene, and how that was supposed to be like a major choice the way it was advertised, because they categorize all of the choices. It's like a silver level choice or a gold level choice or a platinum level choice based on how important and impactful it's supposed to be on the story. And yeah, it's not really. Even the ones that are supposedly super impactful don't seem to have much real sway in the story. A lot of things seem to be set to play out in specific ways, and you're just sort of changing like little variations on how a couple of characters say the same thing essentially to each other. You arrive at the same conclusion no matter what branch, essentially. I'm sorry, these are ex-Telltale devs. How the fuck did they mess this shit up so much? The choices, their choices always were super strong in Telltale games. Not always. Early, I would say like early Telltale stuff and like early season Walking Dead and like season 1 Telltale Walking Dead is one of my favorite like story driven games and stuff. And I've played it a lot. And yes, there are significant choices and things for something like that. And by comparison, there are also things that no matter what choices you make, you cannot affect. Clementine has to survive, Lee has to die, Kenny has to continue on. Those sorts of things to carry into follow-up parts of the story. But even that was like handled better. Telltale was always criticized for things like this. True. And it got worse going forward. Like as it went on, some of the later Telltale things, choices really didn't affect anything in a major way. Yeah, Wolf Among Us was pretty good. Batman Telltale was really not great. That was another one that didn't feel like you had a whole lot of impact on things. There were parts of it that were okay. There were parts that were not. Wolf Among Us was overall pretty good with a few down points, but yeah, like Telltale overall still generally has kind of a better structure. And I think a lot of it has to do with the pacing. They're able to pace things out and make those choices in a single player game feel a little bit more natural. Whereas this, because of the structure of it, trying to be this pseudo interactive TV series that you don't really need to be here for, be live for it, but they encourage it. Like it, because they try to structure it around this sort of false narrative of like, you've got to be here, you've got to take part in it, and you shape the canon and with everybody else who's also watching it and choosing things. And it's just too much. Like it's too ambitious for them to really do, I think, what they set out to do. So it winds up lacking the feeling of choice and impact that even something like Telltale would give you.
How'd they die?
God, you just appear.
You probably think that was me too.
You're so sneaky. Do you see her at all? There's like nothing back here. Is this just a shed? Is this a graveyard? Is this the family graveyard? What is this location? Like, that looks like the farmhouse or whatever behind him. Animal pen? Chicken coop? Oh, the goats. He said he had goats. Yeah, and something killed the goats. Something got the goats. He thinks it's wolves. That's what we're seeing. Gotcha. We're seeing the dead goat. Poor goat.
How'd they die?
You probably think that was me too.
I just said he talked with your daughter. She was very helpful. May have given me what I need to put you away. Surprised?
Why haven't you arrested me then? If you had any excuse to put those cuffs on me, you would.
Why does he sound like a different voice actor? I'm good, Rachel. Thank you. He sounds so different here.
Surprised?
Why haven't you arrested me then? If you had any excuse to put those cuffs on me, you would.
That sounds like a whole different voice actor. Not just the delivery, but even the tone of the voice.
You probably think that was me too.
I just said he talked with your daughter. She was very helpful. May have given me what I need to put you away. Surprised?
Why haven't you arrested me then? If you had any excuse to put those cuffs on me, you would. You can't. Even you don't think you have the evidence. You're just trying to scare me into confessing.
I'm giving you a chance to tell the truth before the autopsy does it for you.
What if the truth is impossible to believe?
Like what? A Nokin did it?
Norwegians? I need help. I'm Googling Noken. Norwegian folklore, humanoid and often shape-shifting water spirits. Is that accurate? A ghost, I guess. A water Nixie? A Nokia 3310? That'll do it. You throw one of those at a goat, goat doesn't stand a chance. They can only live in rivers and can't leave them. They play a violin or something to bring people to them so they can drown them. So like a siren. Male water spirits who played enchanted songs on the violin, luring women and children to drown in lakes and streams. You see one done well in another game, Unforgiving, A Northern Hymn. I still need to play that. Still need to play that. I'm not sure, Craven. And I just want to point out, since the chat in Ascension is part of the dumpster fire that a lot of people are already aware of, specifically the chat filter that allows like racist slurs to go through, but blocks the word scam and blocks the word Kojima and shit like that, which is why chat is essentially disabled on Ascension ever since like day one. After day one, they made it emote only, and it hasn't come back since then because people just post horrible, horrible things. And just to bring up a related, topic there, Twitch chat automatically made me review Craven's message because of one of the words in that message, even though it's not a bad word. Even Twitch's horrible moderation tools was able to be like, hey, you might not want to let this go to chat. Like, review this before it goes out to everybody. Sorry, just wanted to point that out. Like, anyway. So thank you for the information, a little bit more research there on the Nokken. Like stuff like this, if they actually included something like this in like a meaningful way, like a version of people's Otherworld, people's Silent Hill, but it's influenced by like Norwegian folklore and mythology and monsters and things, that would be cool. That would be neat. I love that kind of stuff when it's especially like cultures and things that I'm not as familiar with, like that I get to learn about their types of ghosts and demons and folklore and that kind of thing. That can be really neat. And I've enjoyed a lot of other horror games that do stuff like that. But this, I don't think they're going that way with it.
Look, just save us the trouble and admit you killed her. Denial won't hold up against evidence.
The evidence you don't have.
Yet.
The evidence you don't have yet? Wait, what? Well, I guess the syringe by itself is not enough. See, this is what I mean. You would think there would be like a major difference between Astrid destroying the syringe and Astrid turning the syringe over. That seems like a really big pivotal part of the story. But even if you give the detective the evidence, we still end the entire episode, the sequence, being like, yeah, you don't have that evidence yet.
Won't hold up against evidence.
The evidence you don't have.
Yet.
But you have evidence now. But that's probably why that plays out that way. That's probably why it's written that way, is so that no matter what choice was made, you can use the same animation to wrap up the episode. Either the same or very, very similar dialogue. Did you hear the wolves howling when he got all aggressive? Yeah, they seem to really be doing that callback with the wolf howling stuff in the background. Like, obviously they're trying to be cute about it, because they put the wolves in the background when Ingrid was yelling at him, and now when he's getting aggressive, you hear the wolves howling in the background. So yeah, they're definitely trying to draw some sort of symbolic connection there. All right, and then this was today's episode that we watched live.
Are you ready?
Rachel is confronting the elders of the Foundation.
Rachel Hernandez.
Look at these cameos, baby. Look at the cameo characters. Nice jacket. How many levels in the season pass did you have to level up through to get that? Big Bad Wolf, Jade Shishi, and X Starlight X as Foundation members.
We're ready for you.
Fake names, again, anybody out there, if you are taking part in Ascension and you legitimately, your character, your account, whatever, gets used as a cameo, please let me know. I've not seen a single person on go on Twitter and be like, I did it. I got my character in there. That feels like something that the devs would want to like put out there, you know, and try to advertise if it actually did happen. I'm not entirely sure that these are real people. If you are a real person and you make a cameo, let me know so that I can verify that this is actually picking people to do these cameos and they're not just like bot accounts. Here, just have a dead body. Here's Joy's dead fucking corpse. Hasn't it been like 2 days?
Yes.
That can't
kneel.
smell good.
Whether out of penitence or humility, we must decide how to judge the work of your hands.
So this character, I believe, is Barbara, because we got a choice based on this episode that she's going to give Rachel the option to perform a ritual, but she has to perform it with somebody else. But it's up to her, aka the community, to choose. And one option is Krista, the other cultist who she's been like arguing with the whole time, her husband Eric, or this elder who I believe is named Barbara.
Rachel Hernandez, your sister Joy is dead, but you are very much alive.
That kind of stuff is going to get a little bit confusing as it goes on, where they do the culty religious thing where they refer to each other as brothers and sisters. And that always can be confusing if they mean like someone is literally someone's relative or not, which Joy is not, just to clarify that.
Why is this? Look at me, Rachel.
Something killed her.
Something. We'll need more.
Does it tell us who the cameos are? Are these supposed to be important characters, the elders? Because that's probably not a cameo. Barbara's probably not a cameo. Is it this guy? He looks like a cameo. You can kind of tell because there's like a quality difference in the character models. It's usually background characters. No. See, there's 3 distinct types of cameos. There are recurring speaking roles, one-off speaking roles, and background characters with no lines. So sometimes it is like main front and center recurring characters, supposedly. Those 2 are the cameos on the left and right, because it introduced the cameos
More to go on than
at the
that.
start of the episode.
I don't know. One of our own is dead. We demand answers.
I don't have them.
One on the right looks like Krista's hair, so...
I've replayed that day in my mind
you're
again
right.
and again, and I...
Wait. No. There it was. They're in the
We
background
demand
there.
answers.
These are real people. These are like main characters. There's the cameos. There's the cameos. They're back there. Is that Xavier? That's Xavier, but that's a cameo. That's the glasses and blonde hair that like everybody has to start with.
In my mind again and again, and I can't ignore my doubts.
Explain.
I did everything correctly, exactly as I was taught. Every word, every cut. But what I saw? It was something new, something we don't understand.
Are you questioning the veracity of our teachings?
No! I'm just saying, what if we miss something? What if there's something we don't know?
This...
Maybe these are speaking cameo roles. They sound weird. They look weird.
I did everything correctly, exactly as I was taught. Every word, every cut.
I want to hear that again.
But what I saw? It was something new, something we don't understand.
Are you questioning the veracity of our teachings?
I don't know why that tickles me so much. Are you questioning the veracity of our teachings? She posts on Reddit. 100%. Chronic Redditor.
No! I'm just saying, what if we miss something? What if there's something we don't know?
This order has stood for centuries. How dare you?
Though I am not pleased to see that your faith has wavered, I think it would be unwise to ignore this. A ritual of clarity is required.
Unwise to ignore this? Like, a woman's dead. And her brother knows about it. Like, what are you talking about? Ritual of clarity is required.
Given the outcome of the last ritual.
Lambda Luke, it's very clear you don't care. You don't have to be here for this if you don't like this. Like, you don't have to. I'm doing this out of a desire to be as thorough as possible for everything Silent Hill. Same reason I did 500 Zones of Book of Memories, even though I hated that garbage. Someone's got to. And I take it upon myself to do that. But I clearly, like, you don't give a shit. You've made that very well known in chat. You don't have to be here. It's all right.
Ritual. Is this our wisest course of action?
None of us are here because we like this.
I believe it is.
And why is that?
Because the withering must be stopped.
The withering.
A withering? Here?
Yeah, I forgot about this. I forgot about this from the live earlier. This has got some quality voice acting in it, this episode. So there's this event happening. A withering.
I believe it is.
And why is that?
Because the withering must be stopped.
A withering? Here?
It sounds like a Morrowind character or something, like by Azura, by Azura, by Azura. A withering here.
Impossible. I would have seen the signs.
You may not
The
have seen
Nords
them,
would
but
have warned us
she
first.
has. You've seen them, haven't you, Rachel? Visions, harbingers, lurking in that cramped, stifling place between sleep and awake.
How do you?
I know because of Radcliffe's writings. And now I know it's spreading here. This town stands on a cliff. As more are drawn into the pestilence-blighted web, it flutters further over the abyss. We have to stop it. You have to stop it.
I will do whatever is required of me.
Good. You will need to choose someone to help you perform the ritual. Someone who will bring you strength.
The girl's husband. He's still new to our order, but a marriage bond is a powerful one.
Krista should do it.
Me?
Can you
She
tell
and
this is
Rachel
where
have
the
a-
community is supposed to decide things? The clunky dialogue that gives 3 choices every single time. That's what I mean. Like, the more episodes that go on, the more we're going to notice it becomes more and more obvious. Every episode, you're always having this clunky dialogue with characters discussing something and laying out specifically 3 choices. So you've got to perform this cleansing ritual. You need to have somebody with you. And they're like, choice number 1, Eric. Choice number 2, Krista. Choice number 3, Barbara. Like, they just lay it out so awkwardly in the dialogue.
I will do whatever is required of me.
Good. You will need to choose someone to help you perform the ritual. Someone who will bring you strength.
The girl's husband. He's still new to our order, but a marriage bond is a powerful one.
Krista should do it.
Me?
She and Rachel haven't always seen eye to eye, but friction can yield perseverance.
I can also make myself available, though you should consider our bond is only still in its infancy.
I need time to think.
And that's it. She needs time to think about who is going to join her. And that's everything. That is the week. This past week of Silent Hill Ascension. The story thus far. My in-depth review and thoughts on it. Let's make choices. What will Carl tell the police about Ingrid's death? Any choice except for this one is a waste of points. So he's going to blame the man in the window. How will Toby respond to Joy's death? Let me put some background music on since the app does not have any music. How will Toby respond to Joy's death? They try to make it look like it's close here, but attack the Foundation. Pretty sure it's gonna win. It's 1,000,000 points ahead. Who will Rachel ask to perform the ritual? Krista's winning. Also, this is only a gold level decision. I mean, a modest effect on the story. The last time she performed a ritual with someone, it was Joy, and she fucking died. So that kind of feels like that should be a more important choice. That feels like it should be a platinum choice. But apparently everyone wants to see Krista. Fuck it. Oh, right. This was the one that I tried dumping a lot of points into earlier in the stream to see if I could actually impact it, like show up on the leaderboard. But there's no way I can overtake Sven Gulli. Wait, can I? 9.3 plus 6.4? We can, let's see. Let's see if we can get on the leaderboard. All of this is pointless anyway. So fuck it. Take all the points. Get it, Eric. Put me on the leaderboard. Put me in, coach. I'm winning now. 15.7K. We're wailing. We're wailing, chat. We're overthrowing Sven Gulli. Unless it just refunds my points. Let's try refreshing. Nope, it refunded my points. It doesn't even work most of the time. It's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. Let's get my daily login. Oh boy, I got the bread sticker. Finally, my life's complete. I can die now. Why bread? Because remember Silent Hill 3? Remember when Heather sees the bread and says it's bread? That became a meme on Reddit. So the devs thought it would be cute to put a bread sticker in the first new Silent Hill media in 11 years. As a joke. As a little bit of fun. You can see Jacob's recent stupid tweet. Sure, we're done going over the story. I'm not going to play any of these shitty mini games. You posted the tweet into Discord? What has Jacob been saying while we talk about the story? Sinistar Aries also, thank you for putting some stuff in the Discord. Some clips from Unforgiving Northern Hymn to kind of show off that for comparison. Blood Blossom, there it is. Jacob Navok's Twitter. Only 5 days in and there's almost an hour of TV to watch in Ascension. Hey, that's us. We just did that. It took me 5 hours to talk about it. That less than 1 hour of TV show. But yeah. We continue to work daily on improvements to stability and performance. Top issue is desyncs due to user scale. We have multiple engineers working on this. We also are working on improvements in mobile video player support, as well as overall app user experience. Rallies and usernames on comm meter returns are also in the works. No one cares. New scenes will be added to Endure weekly. In the future, we'll be modifying interaction timing and continuing to tweak difficulty in past levels. So we'll actually get to see something other than the same Endure scenes that we watched for the last 5 days. They'll update it each week. We'll see. We'll see. Thank you to everyone who continues to come in each night for the streams. We see all the systems start to light up as we near showtime, and it's fun to see the energy. Yeah, it's going to be real fun watching that energy die down more and more day after day. Eventually, it's just going to be me, Jacob. It's just going to be me here. You might as well just send me all the cutscenes right now. Just send all 20 hours of it to me. I'll do a really nice, in-depth, thing on Twitch and on YouTube for you. And we can just skip the next, 8 months of this. We've also been receiving support inquiries. Thank you for offensive screen names, and the team has worked hard to add more robustness to the name filtering. Great. They put a filter in so that you can't make your username the N-word, because that was legitimately what people were doing. Today, 4 hours before I started the stream, another Silent Hill content creator, Bob Vids, posted evidence of people doing that. Because right now you can't actually type in Ascension's chat. You can only send stickers. So people are instead just making fake accounts with slurs in the name. And there's no filter for doing that. Much bigger social networks, including this one, which has been around for nearly 20 years, as well as major online platforms, also struggle with this at the scale we have reached. But we are working hard to address despite being a small team and receiving coordinated attacks. It's a fucking chat filter. That's basic shit, dude. It's account name filters and chat filters. Any website with any sort of user text input or account creation or anything should have that basic shit handled, regardless of scale. That said, we've been online for less than a week and need some time to continue to tune our systems. Our new filters scanned 5,000 new accounts created in the last few hours alone. Are you saying that is a good thing? Are you implying that that's look at all these new users? It's the people who just made racist names because they're not allowed to type in chat. You can't be this dense. We're also working towards adding emoji back into the chat box. Great. Finally, the weekly episodes, which will contain the first 45 minutes or so of audience-driven storyline in full 4K SDR, We'll be streaming to platforms next week. More info to come soon with the various places you'll be able to watch. These episodes will contain the full credits, including the talented voice cast, e.g. our Norwegian featured characters like Astrid and Carl are all cast and recorded in Norway. They're not AI. They're people. They're Norwegians. Okay. So, whenever they decide to do that, we may go back and rewatch some of the scenes in glorious 4K and look at the credits, because I am very curious about the credits. Yeah, 4K will make it better. 4K might get to show, you know, even more shitty animation problems that I didn't notice the first time around. Oh, I have a reward. Oh, I need to manually click and collect my bread. Cool. It's bread. We got that bread. Anyway, that's all for today. Today was a little bit longer one. Almost 6 hours. So, like I said, going forward, Saturdays are going to be like this, where I recap the week of episode blocks and go over it as thoroughly as possible. So next Saturday we'll go through and do this again, but of course I'm still going to be here every single day watching all the scenes, all the episode blocks when they air live. So tomorrow is Sunday. It should just be another episode. No, shouldn't be a pre-show or post-show or anything like that. So 20 hours and 13 minutes from now, more like 19 hours, because I'll be here like an hour before it airs. We'll be back. I'll see y'all tomorrow night. If you want to continue on with this train wreck. Again, thank you all so much for joining me, and I hope you've enjoyed this very thorough, in-depth breakdown of the story of something that there realistically probably isn't anyone who actually cares about it out there. Everything is pointless, and one day the sun will explode and engulf our entire solar system, and we can all look forward to that. So much love. I will see you all tomorrow for some more Silent Hill Ascension. Take care. Be good to each other. And I'll see you next time. Peace.